Hey guys, good evening. Welcome back to our channel. How are you guys doing? I hope you are doing well today. Hey, Obodoo fam, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate you. Good evening, good afternoon. Today is the 17th day of November, the year of our Lord 2022. Slowly but surely, the year is crippling to an end. We thank the Lord God Almighty for the gift of life. Tabanika Karioluwa, Ile Ashu, Ile Amo. If we want to count the goodness of God in our life and everything He's done for us, there won't be time for it. It will be 24 hours that we'll be counting. God has been so good to us. The fact that you and I are here today, that we can even talk, we can sit down, have this conversation, is a testament to the goodness of God in our life. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope people are counting their blessings and naming them one by one for 2022. Because the devil has a way of stealing our joy, brethren. So, Bible tells us that we should not be ignorant of the devices of the devil, of the enemy. And one of the ways that the devil steals our joy is to always makes your mind always focus on what you are yet to achieve. That thing that you don't have, you keep focusing on it. But God has been good to all of us. You are alive, you are well, you have a job, you can pay your bill, you even have money for internet. Like Nigerians will say, data, you have data. Because if you don't have data or you don't have data, you can't be here tonight. So please, let us give thanks to God for the fact that we are alive. We've seen, the most difficult years of our lives in the past 2-3 years, and God is faithful. He's kept us, He's kept our families, He's protected us. We are still alive. We still have our hopes and dreams. We can walk, we can eat, we can talk, we can walk, we can pay our bills. Ha. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́ o. Àrá sán atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìjì jà kò gbé wa lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Let us be grateful to God, whether you are spiritual or not, whether you are a Christian or Muslim or, whatever religion you practice. Gratitude is something that we should all have all the time. Let's give thanks to God. Give thanks to God. Timothy, you give thanks to God today on behalf of your family, nuclear and extended. To God be the glory. Let's give thanks to God that you have your physical health, you have your mental health, your emotional well-being is intact. Let us be grateful. I just wanted to start this because, the Holy Spirit has just been ministering to me about gratitude in these past few days. And, we're moving towards the end of November. And I did a survey about whether we should do Gistmas on us. And, the the response is overwhelming. Yes. Everybody wants Gistmas. And the thing that, the Holy Spirit has just been ministering to me is about gratitude. People are not grateful. People are not grateful. Honestly, people are not grateful. And one of the things that I've been meditating on is about actually counting your blessing. Like, sometimes when you are reflecting on things in your mind, it's not the same thing as actually getting a pen and paper. Mu biro, abi pencil, koma kole, one by one. I am alive. I survived the pandemic. My children are well. My husband is well. My wife is well. We are not sick. We have good health. We still have our jobs. We have accommodation. List it. You will be there listing. I'm telling you, 30 minutes you'll be there listing. I can breathe without oxygen. I don't need oxygen to breathe the air. I can breathe in and out. Remember during the pandemic, that was the main thing. People couldn't breathe. Thank God, please. Just we should be grateful to God. Be thankful every day. Peggy said, we give God glory. Hallelujah. We thank God for the miracle of sleeping and waking up. I don't take it for granted. God is good. Absolutely. Maybe sir, I and my household, we are grateful for the gift of life. Thank you, Jesus. Absolutely. Yeti said, hi, Lady B. I remain thankful every day for God's mercy and blessings on me and my family. I'm grateful to God every day. I say it. Count your blessings. Even in the mistakes that you make. And even for people who experience loss. Like Lady Jaguar is saying, after I lost my mom last year, I literally began to count my blessings and name them one by one. That has kept me sane. I'm so sorry about your loss, my darling. But in all things, God is good. Thank God it was you that buried your mom, not the other way around. So you see, there's always a silver lining to every situation. If we maintain that attitude of thanksgiving, we will not be so bleak. We won't feel so down. Let us be thankful to God. Thank God it wasn't your mom that had to bury you, Lady Jaguar. Other people, it's their mothers, their parents. Do you know what it means? As painful as it is, but it's the other way around. Thank God for everything that He has done for us. So, on that note, we're going to get into the show tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I just want to bring that to your consciousness. Odun Losokwi, the year is going to an end. This is the time for us to recap. This is the time for us to reflect. I don't know about you guys, but I usually do a lot of reflective thinking at this time of the year. I'm looking at, January to November, 11 whole months. If you know what has happened in 2022, you will be grateful to God that you are here. I'm telling you, you will not be saying, I don't have money, I'm still broke, I'm this, I'm not married yet. Oh, that wedding I was planning didn't happen. Whatever, somebody broke your heart. Oh, I feel like sometimes, when I prepare for the show and I start like this, other things led by the spirit just take over. Honestly, we need to do a show where we are just not going to be moaning, we're not going to be complaining, we're not going to be talking about anything negative, we're just going to be grateful. Gratitude. You know that song that says that it's a Yoruba song that say, one of my sisters here, I love that song. She doesn't understand Yoruba very well, but that's one of her favorite songs. Thank you for where I started. Thank you for where I am now. And thank you for where you are taking me to. Ẹ ṣé níbi tẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹ ṣé níbi tẹ́ bá dé. A dúpẹ́ o Jésù, ibi tẹ́ mú wa lọ. Count your blessings, my brethren. Good evening, welcome. Please give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. Yeah, we're going to definitely have a show about Thanksgiving. And before I get into the show, let me just remind you quickly, I've been meaning to tell you guys, we have a Christmas party. For those of you who live in the UK, particularly if you live in London or you don't live too far from London and you want to be a part of the of the Christmas show, we have a Christmas show. I say Christmas show, sorry. We have a Christmas party. We have a Vodafone Christmas party. So if you want to join us, let me know. DM me. Yeah. DM me and I will tell you, I will give you the information. We have a Christmas party coming on the 3rd. It's on the 3rd of December. The UK Obodo Farm group. Our Christmas party last year was so good. We had so much fun. But this year is even going to be more fun because where we went the last time, they were rushing us to go. This one, in fact, we will not go. I'm We are going to sleep there, Cynthia, isn't it? They cannot drive us away. It's not virtual, it's physical. It's Christmas dinner and party. Yes, Christmas dinner and party. So if you're in the UK and you want to attend, because I don't want people to come for me later when we've had it and they say, ah, Auntie B, you didn't tell us, because those who are in the group always know what we're up to. Like we'll have a girls trip now next year. We have a girls trip next year that we are planning. That we already our group is too sweet. Odungon. We have a trip next year we are planning now. Cynthia, you know how we do. So if you want to join the Christmas party, you want to join us, just so it's a time to fellowship. It's the time for us to meet one another physically, to put a name to the face, or to put a face to the name. I see so many of you, I don't know you by name, but those who came last year now, I now know them. So if you want to meet us, it's like a meet and greet, dinner, and Christmas party. We're gonna have fish, roasted fish. We'll have food. There's going to be a lot to drink and eat, and, just fun fair. Join us. All right. Anybody that wants to join the group should hold Cynthia. Cynthia is admin. Cynthia and a couple of others, but she's very active. You see Cynthia there, hold her if you want to be a member of the group. Yeah, it's 3rd of December, so there's no much time. So let me know. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Olu, you want to come on the trip? If you're in the UK, again, I don't know. Who's Cynthia? I'm just passing everybody to Cynthia. It's Cynthia I'm sending everybody to, because I've got a lot to deal with the show. So Cynthia is going to handle you. Cynthia will take care of you. Don't worry. Hold Cynthia. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. I love you guys very much. Thank you for keeping it real with us all the time. All the conversations that we have here daily, I don't take you guys for granted. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. So, today we want to talk about something very, very important, and it's got to do with our well being. So, in our community, we mostly focus on physical health. Yeah. Gabby, you want Canada to have a Christmas party. You people have not even managed to do one meetup. You want to do Christmas party? Oh yeah, now suggest it if you're in the group. We have Canadian group, we have US group, we have Germany group, we have Scotland group. So yeah, definitely people should meet up. It's very, very good. The London one, the UK one is bubbly. I have amazing, amazing people like Cynthia that are supporting me. Those she's there too, and so many other people. Last year we had a massive Christmas party. This year is even going to be better. God is good. So, in our community, yeah, we only talk about physical health. Sheda Dani, how are you? She Kurera. Our people are more at home with identifying with physical health. But what about mental health? We've done so many shows on this platform talking about mental health. This is serious, guys. We take mental health for granted. Mm. Somebody is asking who is US admin. It's Bingpe. Bingpe and a couple of others that are not active. It's Bingpe. If you see Bingpe, hold her. Bingpe is admin in the US group. She's very, very active. She's a darling. God bless her. Everybody that is supporting the groups, God bless you. Some admin are sleeping. They don't do anything. And from next year, if you're in the group and you are not active, we are going to start taking people off, because there's a reason for those groups. Some people are just there and I think they've archived the group. They don't even see it. So when you don't engage with the group, we're going to start removing people. If we're only 10 and we're active, also Jew, let's have 100 people that everybody's sleeping. Fenye, we don't want that. But we are giving people the leeway. From next year, that's what we're going to be doing. Hey, Ola. Nice to see you, man of prestige. Welcome, everybody. So we're talking about mental health today. Look at these ladies, guys. Take a critical look at these ladies. The first one is Mary Fulu, she's called. 24 years old. Only. And she's from Malawi. And the second one is Princess Doyin Ainde. She was only 36 years old. Beautiful woman. Gorgeous looking. And I'm going to tell you their stories one by one. That is why we need to take mental health seriously. As much as we talk about marriage and the problems of marriage and relationships, we still need to look inwards to see why people do the things they do. Yeah? And how we can support people. How can we help people not to choose this route when facing rejection? When marriages end, when your spouse rejects you, when your partner cheats on you, or when they tell you they don't want anymore, when your boyfriend breaks up with you, how do you manage that rejection? That's what I want to talk about today. And I'm going to try as much as I can, God helping me, the Holy Spirit helping me to keep it, you know, on your mind so that you will be aware of what needs to be done when you have someone in your life, whether as a friend, a family member, a church member, a colleague, whatever, anybody in your circle that is going through, breakup, and they are suffering mentally and emotionally, how you can support them. That's what we want to talk about. So we got Ade Dokun. She was 30 plus. And I speak to you now with heaviness in my heart. I tell you that all these ladies that you are looking at, from Mary to Doyin to Adetitu, beautiful women. Unfortunately, they are no longer with us. Why? Because of issues around relationships and marriage, managing, people's expectation, as Ola will always tell you, rejection. Ola is always talking about. If you don't watch Man of Prestige, I encourage you to do so. I've learned quite a lot from Ola. Ola always talks about managing expectation. Do not put too much expectation on another. And the only person you can trust unequivocally is God. Even yourself, you cannot trust yourself because some things that you say, I will never do. I will never do. You find yourself doing them because we are Raniwa. We are flesh. Your flesh can fail you. You say, I will never do this. You find yourself doing this. So we need to learn how to manage our emotions. We need to develop our emotional intelligence and learn how to manage our expectations. So I'll just run through their story very briefly. The first one, Mary, 24 years old. She's from a city called Lilongwe in Malawi. She was a student and an entrepreneur. So as I'm talking about her, I'll put more pictures so that you can see her. Beautiful, gorgeous young woman. Beautiful, beautiful. I tell people all the time that since the pandemic, I feel personally that a lot of people are suffering. Most of it we don't even know. People are suffering mentally, and that's why I preach kindness here all the time. Let us be kind, please. Free of charge, need kindness. You don't pay for it. Let us be kind. Let us be kind because fragile emotions everywhere. People are suffering. They are suffering emotionally. Look at this young lady. Just look at her. She was a student. Her name is Mary. She's from Malawi. And she was an entrepreneur as well. And it was November 2nd that this happened. What happened? Her boyfriend dumped her. Lobaton. But in retrospect, let me just read to you that the police said that she was depressed after her boyfriend ended the relationship, right? But she was already suffering from some serious mental health issues, of which she was already receiving counseling and treatment, which is more than for her, I can say that good. Thank God for a country like Malawi that people can even speak out about their mental health and seek help. In other countries, like my dearest country, Nigeria, people are still suffering in silence and so ashamed to speak out. But this young lady was already in therapy. She was getting counseling. So, what happened? She was dating this guy. You see the guy? Good looking dude. Really good looking. They look so well together. This was her last tweet. Let me show you her last tweet. She posted something on her Twitter and she said, "We look good together." Something of that effect. I think I have it here. Yeah, this is it. This is what Mary posted. "We are good for each other." Yeah, this is what she posted. This was her last tweet on the 2nd of November. You can see. See how Mary, gorgeous. They look good together. I don't know what happened though, but the guy Sha said, "I'm not doing anymore." Shebi, in this life that we live, sometimes men end relationship. Sometimes women end relationship. But even relationship ends. Let's just put it that way. Is it enough for somebody to unlife themselves? No, it is never enough. But we need to take into consideration that some people are suffering from mental illness, right? So this lady she's been having mental health issues. So what happened was that the guy impregnated another woman, according to the reports that I'm getting from the Obasanjo internet. Mm? The boyfriend's name is Neil. He's from a place called Blantyre. So he ended the relationship after he impregnated another woman. Hmm. And it was this same day that Mary tweeted this thing that she decided to unlife herself. Her parents said that she's been depressed and she was already in counseling regarding her mental health. So this is to tell you that she was already fragile. She was fragile in her mind. And when this guy that she says, "Oh, we are good for each other," decided to step out. So I'm assuming that for him to impregnate another person, that means he was cheating on her. Maybe she wasn't aware. So the lady got pregnant and he now told her, Neil is his name, now told her, "Okay, I'm sorry, I can't continue this relationship anymore." How did Mary respond? She didn't respond like most young women will. It's not like she's only 24 years old. So most young women who are well will, they will cry, they will nag, they will cuss men out, they will do whatever. They'll go on social media, they will rant, they will talk to their friends, they will drink and, do whatever, anything that they can do to cope while the pain lasts. But she didn't do any of that, oh. Mary just decided in her parents' house to go to the boys' quarter and she unlived herself. Unlived herself. So that's the story of Mary. Mental health is real. Please keep that in view, right? Mental health is real. She was not well. She couldn't handle it. Okay? She was already in a place where she was, yeah, very predisposed. Yes. Thank you, Cherish Olivia. Yeah, she was predisposed. That's the Oyibo word for it. Let's move on to Adetutu. This one, Doyin. Let's talk about Doyin next. This one, hey, is Gist Lover that brought this story out too. If not for Gist Lover, I'm sure we would not have heard about this one. Because I hear the husband is a very powerful man in Nigeria and they shush everybody not to talk about it. So all the bloggers, the name bloggers who have their names and businesses, address and everything known to the public were scared to talk about it. But somebody brought it to Gist Lover's attention, and because Gist Lover is like a spirit, like a ghost. You don't know where to find him or her. So the safety of that anonymity is what Gist Lover is basking on, which is good, to be honest. Thank God for that. Otherwise, we would not have found out about doing. So, according to Gist Lover, I'm just going to summarize it because the story is long ago. My people, they said that Gist Lover said that Doyin is married to this man who was the chief of staff to the Lagos State governor. Okay? Chief of staff. And according to Gist Lover, The man has been married before. Okay, this is not his first marriage. Okay, I mean, when I look at this woman's picture, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, what do men want? No, 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 no. We just need to ask, what do you guys want? I don't know what you want. Maybe one day we'll find out what men want so that we can give it to them. And when I say what do men want, I'm not talking about all men, no, because it's not all men that cheat. It's not all men that are unfaithful. So we celebrate the good ones, but a majority who are in this WhatsApp group, what do you want? Right. His name is Tayo Ainde. All right. And he's the chief of staff of the serving governor of Lagos State. And just like I said that they've dragged him for embezzling Lagos State money and buying several houses, some parts of Ikeja, and even outside the country, he's always lavishing money on women. Okay? Apparently, he's been dating his secretary, according to this lover. I need to show you the picture of the secretary, because what we are finding out, similar to the story of Bassi. You guys remember Barrister Bassi, that the wife was driving that car to go and chase, to go and catch him red-handed because somebody phoned her and told her that the man was with the side chick. It's something similar. And I remember very vividly as I was reading this story that I recall that when we had that conversation about Bassi, we had the conversation about whether you should tell when you find out that somebody you know, the husband is cheating or not. And I said, be very cautious in telling. Left to me, don't tell. And people say, no, Auntie B, that's wrong. You have to tell them. You have to tell them. How can you keep quiet? No, 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 no. If anything, he did that. You have to tell them. This is a typical example of a woman that was told. She was told, though, that the husband is cheating. He's been dating his side chick, who was his secretary. According to Gist Lover, the woman, this Doyin, is from a royal family or Jora family. She's a princess. And he's done so many things, with regards to, money being taken away from Nigeria. The usual way now, Nigerian politicians now, stealing right, left, and center. So they gave him a position of the chief of staff. The wife got pregnant and she delivered some months back. That's doing now. The husband told her, go to the UK. Nigeria, I love UK too much. I don't think there's any country outside Nigeria that Nigeria like more than UK. UK. The husband told her, go to the UK. Nigeria is not safe. There's too much insecurity. Go to Nigeria and have the baby. So Doyin, according to Gistlover, went to the UK and had a baby. And while she was in the UK, she's had a baby and she's trying to get on with things. Side hand started putting pressure on the man. You must marry me. It is my turn to be married now. Now that your wife is not at home now, I have to come in. And according to this lover again, they promoted this side chick now from being just a secretary to the man to a special advisor to the governor. Yeah? So she started pressuring the guy, you must marry me. And let me tell you the icing of the cake. This guy that we're talking about, this man that you're seeing here now, Tayo, in question, is a deacon or one of the top people in a Pentecostal church in Nigeria. The ones that preach holiness. You know those ones that preach holiness? That's the church that he belongs to. So, cut a long story short, somebody called the wife in the UK and told her, Amebo, they called her and told her, you are in the UK doing kini. Your husband is gone. They've snatched your husband, though. Somebody that had a baby in November, in September, she jumped on the plane, ran back to Nigeria. Pay. Ah, my husband. How can another woman be in my matrimonial home? You know what? Just Lover said that this Tayo did. Because of the pressure that the side chick was putting him on, he moved the side chick into his matrimonial home, into his home that he was sharing with this beautiful, gorgeous woman who is even from a princess, who from a royal family. Guys, give this video a thumbs up, oh, or rock, oh. We are talking about three different women tonight. So if you have not thumbs up, you are just joining us. Please give us a thumbs up as you are coming in. He moved the side chick. I think Just Lover mentioned the name of the side chick. Let me look for the name and tell you guys. You know Just Lover now. If Just Lover want to do story, we enter into the molebi, the generation, and tell you everything about it. I'm telling you, move side chick into homo. So when the wife heard, she ran back to Nigeria in anger. When she got to the house, they didn't allow her in because Oga has instructed that she cannot come in because you imagine it will be confrontational now for Madame to come and meet side chick in the house. So they didn't let her into her matrimonial home that she left to go and live in the UK. Oh, somebody has given me the side chick's name. Oh, my little fam. I can't love you guys less. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me look at it. What's the name again? Alana. Is that the name? Ayoku is the side chick's name. Onyade Adafwen. Thank you. So when they didn't let her into the home, she decided to go to her friend's house somewhere in Lagos, in Magodo, which is another, upper, is it upper middle class or middle class area, Sha? It's a good area in Lagos, very nice area in the mainland. She went to meet her friend now to go and, when you are going through things sometimes now, if you have very good friends, you lean on them. So she went to the friend's house to say, see what I'm going through. I just came back. They told me that another woman is in my home. I've come back and my husband is instructed the security. Nigerian houses are all fenced, right? Especially for the rich and the affluent areas. They fence houses in Nigeria because of security. So it's like prison. Every house is like a prison yard in Nigeria. Thank you, Joyous Wealth, for that super chat. God bless you. Yes, Tamara said, yeah, he protected the side chick more than his wife. Yeah. So she couldn't get in. She went to her friend's house and narrated everything to the friend, and the friend was trying to calm her down and calling people to say, okay, what can we do? How can we support her and everything? They say he's a senior, according to Just Lover, they said this Tayo Ayinde is a senior pastor in MFM. That's the church, MFM. You guys know MFM? Mountain of Fire and Miracles. If you are counting the Holiness Church in Nigeria, once you count Deeper Life, you count MFM. It's not to say that, I'm not saying anything against the church, because the Bible says that the kingdom, the judgment is going to begin from the house of God. So I don't have anything against anybody, whatever church you attend. It's you as an individual. If you decide to be in a congregation like that, but you still live this kind of lifestyle, it's on you. It's on you. My people, come out for Ogun. Ashe, as Doyin was going to the friend's house, she's already stopped on the way to buy medicine. You know this medicine that they sell freely in Nigeria? We talked about it here all the time. They say they use it for rats in their houses. They use it for rats. She asked for the friend to go and make tea for her. The friend went to go and make tea. Before the friend served her tea, she now said she wants to rest. The friend now said, okay, I'm coming, oh. Ashe that the tea that Doyin asked for, she already mixed that substance that she bought. She mixed it with the tea and drank it. By the time the friend came, okay, so when she drank it, she called her family members and told them everything so that it would not be like a speculation. I'm sure she didn't want to put her friend in trouble, right? So she called, while she drank the tea, she now called her family and told her family, this is what happened though. I'm in Nigeria. Oh. I came in, I can't get into my house. This is what my husband Tayo has done. Another woman is living in my house. Again, bear in mind that she just had a baby in September. So she's having what they call baby blues. If you don't know, some women suffer from baby blues, or what, if you call it postpartum or you postnatal, whatever you call it. Some of you are in the medical field here. You understand. The way women feel it is different. Some women is very severe. Omanda when they just had a baby. The common word that people use for it is baby blues. Caleb, thank you very much. The name is Alaba Ayoko. Thank you. So she now called her family and told them, "Babe, this is what I did, though. I can't take it anymore. And this is what I have done. Babe, Ogun, Timora yen, I poured it inside my tea, mo de ti mu, kò sí kankan, mo ń lọ, I'm going." Is the family member that we're not calling her friend to tell her friend, check up on her. Check up on her. This is what she has. They were telling her, check up on her. Oh, check up on her. Oh, there's something going on. The friend ran home. Took her. By the time they got to the hospital, my people, it's too late. It's too late. Guess what happened? According to this lover, by the time the news now broke that Doyin is gone, look at this woman. Just look at this woman. What are you looking for in a woman that you cannot? I don't know. She looks calm. She is beautiful. She just had a baby, and the only way you can reward her is to move. Jesus. Pastor Shola said something today. God will bless Pastor Shola. He said something today that as a husband, you are the leader of your home. If anything goes wrong, the reason why he doesn't hold women accountable as much as men is because if country no good, we go hold Buhari. Well, all of us are shouting Buhari. Why? Because he's the leader. If you work in an organization and it fails, they will hold the CEO responsible. So it's the same thing in your home. If something is not working in your home, you are the leader and you should be held accountable. I reflected on this for so long. Look at him. Just look at him. Just look at him. He moved the side chick into his home. And, I mean, this is not a normal reaction. Before people will start saying, oh, this or that, oh, this is because the woman is already suffering from postpartum depression. Yeah. It makes them predisposed. Thank you for the person that gave me that English that I've forgotten. Mahala, thank you. Postpartum depression is very serious. It makes women very fragile. Yeah, she was very fragile. Because this is not what you would expect somebody to do. But she did it. So that's number 2. That's number 2. So as we speak to you now, she's been laid to rest. I didn't want to depress people by sharing it because Gist Lover also posted the funeral. And I heard that because it's so high and mighty in government and he has all the resources in his disposal, they now told all the bloggers, if you talk about it, we will deal with you. So it is only Gist Lover that was bold enough to share this story. And guess what? We know somebody in our Obodo farm who knows the family. The minute I posted it on that group yesterday, I think it was in US group, she said she was going to call Nigeria to find out. She came back to me and told me it's true. She confirmed the story. So that's why sometimes when people always cast Gist Lover, I say people should leave Gist Lover alone. Thank God for Gist Lover. Most of the stories that Gist Lover carry, even if it's not 100%, at least 95% of them, they're always true. So that's the story of Doyin. It's another story of a woman who heard about the husband philandering, ran back. She ran all the way from the from the UK to Nigeria, and they didn't allow her in because the side chick was there. Does it remind you of another story? It was the story of Mrs. Bassi that we shared here just a while ago. So, I mean, there are so many lessons here. It's not everybody that can take rejection. It's not everybody that can take cheating. It's not everybody that can take it. People are unlifing themselves right, left, and center because they are suffering. They are suffering. They are suffering from mental health issues. So I'm going to run through the third one very quickly, and then we'll have a conversation about it, right? Tamara said, I had postpartum depression. It was the worst time of my life. Oh, it is well with you. Yeah. I had it. I didn't even know. I had it. I didn't even know because there was no name for it. I didn't understand. It is now that I remember that I even had. I didn't even know, but I just knew that I was not myself. I didn't know because there was no name for it back then. We didn't understand. I just come from Nigeria. And so I didn't know anything about postpartum, postnatal. What was that? I don't know. But you just know that you are not feeling all right. Like you're mentally very fragile. Like you know you are not all right. But you can't even process those feelings without having the information. If you don't have the tools and the awareness, you cannot even process what you are going through. Unfortunately, this woman, she's gone. Now, let's come to Adetutu. Adetutu is the third one. I wanted to put all three together so that we can have an awareness and have a conversation about the impact when you take actions without thinking about consequences and how people may react. Then people need to start, reevaluating how the decisions they are making, because it's not everybody that can take rejection. Unfortunately, it's not everybody. Oh, some people cannot take it, especially if they're already predisposed, like they're already suffering mentally. You may not even be aware. You can live with somebody who has issues mentally and you may not know. So Adetutu, beautiful woman, very young, 30 plus. So according to the story, Adetutu worked with the DSS, right? They said she worked with the DSS. I mean, look at all these women. From Mary, who is only 24, to Doyin, 36, to Adetutu, 30 plus. Just look at them. I found a picture of Adetutu. Look at that. I found her picture on link. This link picture, I found it on LinkedIn. Yeah. She was working with the DSS, and that's one of the security organizations in Nigeria. What happened? The proposal is online. The guy proposed to her, her boyfriend or fiance proposed to her, right? And everything was public. This lady was well accomplished. She was doing well in her job. There was so many commendation from her office. They celebrated her recently. So she was like the office based. You know how they have security organization. You have some that are in the field and you have some that are in the office. So she's one of those ones that she's in the office. She's an instructor. And she recently got engaged. She was in a taxi. What happened? She was in a taxi one day. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. And the taxi driver said that she was having a heated argument with her fiancé on the phone. Maybe he ended the relationship or said me Ushemo, or maybe he didn't even mean it. I don't know. Because they had a public engagement. I think I have a picture here as well of the engagement. And that's why all this public engagement, because of social media now, people need to be very careful because sometimes people are pushed to do all these things because they are thinking, how can I? People who knew that I'm engaged, this is it. You can see the engagement. There were so many people there. Beautiful lady. Marry me. Shenbo. There was flowers all over the floor, everything. Public display of a proposal. Yeah, she's the one that the engagement was online. Everything is there. So I don't know what happened. All we know is that the taxi driver, she was in a taxi one day, and the taxi driver said that she was having a heated argument with her fiancé on the phone. I don't know what the fiancé said to her, but guess what this young lady did? My people, let's be very, very, very careful the way we treat other people. Honestly, because you never know how people can react. Adetitu told the cab driver, "Pé, you should park on the third mainland bridge." And a lot of people had a conversation about this stopping on third mainland bridge, that except it is an emergency, that the Lagos state government must put a law whereby it is against the law to stop on the third mainland bridge. Here in the UK, you cannot stop or you want to cross or walk in the motorway, except it's an emergency. If they catch you, you are trying to cross motorway, they will arrest you. You don't stop. You are expected to go except it's an emergency. So that bridge now is something that the government, you think, do we have a responsive government? Do we have government that has human feeling? Do they even care? Come. They are busy pumping all the money now to finance and bribe people to vote for them. So she told the taxi driver to stop after the argument and came down. My people, what she did next, she just entered. She just entered into the bridge, unlived herself again. They didn't rescue her. Oh. They did not rescue her. There was no rescue. She couldn't be rescued. They were looking for her everywhere. She had so much commendation from her place of work. Her bosses were so proud of her. Look at her. This is her in her place of work. She was doing so well. All because of this marriage. Marriage. Public proposal. Everybody's aware. If the guy say, "I'm not doing again," I'm sure some of the things she'll be thinking, boom, where am I going to put my face now? The humiliation will be too much. And we keep talking about 30, 30, 30 here. The way in Nigeria that once you are 30, it's like, you've committed a crime. Like you've committed a crime. Yeah, she tweeted in the past tense. Somebody saying, is it Mary you're talking about? Yeah, because she already knew what she was going to do. Mary already knew what she was going to do. That's why maybe her tweet was in the past, because she knew what she was going to do. She did though, Nick Deji. Oh, force in me any so I can't say it here because you know how our platform here is. So I'm trying to be careful with my choice of language. Ofo, right into the water. So three beautiful women, my people. As perspective say, until when this culture of you must be married is eradicated, this kind of thing will not stop. So we want to talk about how should you handle rejection, or in the case of Doyin, that her own husband was the one that even packaged her to send her to the abroad so he can make room for side chick to move into the house. When you find out something like this, how should you handle it? And how can we help people who are suffering mentally? That's what I want us to talk about. So the event, as sad as it is, has happened, right? With these three beautiful, gorgeous, these are three generations, my people. Three generations just wasted because of marriage and relationships. So how do we support people? How should people how do you deal with when you are rejected, when they say, "I'm not doing again," or when somebody steps out on you? How do we help people to manage their emotions so it doesn't get to this level? That is what I want us to have a conversation about. If you have any experience, you work in mental health, or you have lived experience, some of you that you've been rejected before, they've broken your heart before. What did you do to cope? Let's give information out, because information is knowledge and knowledge is power. Let's empower people. Yeah, that's the conversation we're having. If you want to join the conversation, my link is in the comment section. Please click on it and join the studio, and I will take your call. As you're coming in, be mindful of your language. Remember where we are. So we are trying to walk, trend very carefully here because of the platform. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Please give us a thumbs up. Uju, you are the first person on the studio tonight. Good evening, my sister. God bless you. Welcome.
God bless you. God bless you. Good evening, sister. Good evening, Obodo Farm. I bet, guys, like this video now. Like it. We're learning a lot here today. Like, okay, guys. Love you all. My dear, I've never been rejected before, but
Mm-hmm.
looking at these three beautiful women,
Mm-hmm.
you talked about postpartum depression. It is
Mm-hmm.
real. And not everybody understand that this postpartum depression is real. And it is very, very vital that every woman, especially pregnant women, understand and know about it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes them do things that normally they will not do.
Mm-hmm.
Some get into deep depression that they don't want anything to do, even with that baby that is a thing of joy.
Oh yes.
They
Oh
get
yes.
so deep into depression, and people don't understand that. And our culture, they'll say, hey, maybe she's possessed or something, because that's the word our people normally use.
Mm-hmm.
So the way to deal with this is number one, understand your self-worth. Know that you're wonderfully and fearfully made by God. No matter what, your self-worth, you're important. Don't allow any man, because it deals with it's a mental health issue. Because what goes on in people's mind, you cannot comprehend. Being rejected is not an easy thing to deal with, especially when you're in love with somebody,
Mm-hmm.
deeply with somebody, and the
Mm-hmm.
person rejects you, betrays you, just like this beautiful Ayinde. Her husband sent her to UK to have a baby and
Mm-hmm.
brings in a side chick.
Mm-hmm.
And from the comment section, people were saying that she's actually the third wife or something.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God! So that
Yeah.
man must be a womanizer.
Yeah.
And I want to tell people, not everybody that says I'm in church, that are really Christians. Do you understand? So for this
Mm-hmm.
man to be in a holy church and still act this way, where is your conscience? So the most important thing, understand yourself. What? Secondly, if you know that you're having a mental issue, seek help. Seek help. Don't care about what people say, because people are mostly concerned about, oh, they'll think that I'm crazy. No. Let me tell you, when it comes to depression, there are levels of depression, stages of depression. It is normal for people to be depressed. It's normal. When you talk about mild depression, it is normal. Like when you mourn, or when you something bad happens and you feel down, that is mild depression. And then you have moderate, you have severe. My dear, when it starts turning to moderate, when you think please seek help. Seek help. Go to the doctor, seek help. What they can do, they can use combination of management. They can give you some medication. They can even go do psychotherapy to help you. And another thing is, when you feel that you're so down, can you guys hear me? I don't know whether they can hear me.
They are
Hello?
hearing you. They are hearing
Yeah.
you. Go
When you
ahead.
when you feel you're down, please surround yourself with people of positive minds, that have positive minds. Don't be alone. Because when you're alone, that's when that mind start telling you things to do. Make sure the people you have around you are people with positive mind, people you can share with, people
Mm-hmm.
that can get help for you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hide things. And I know many people watching us now are going through the same thing. And when you were talking about this, what came to my mind is copycat. Copycat. Because once things happen, people try to emulate that. Let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you, that's what we should start praying about.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see lots of people doing it. I heard a story that is so close to my heart. Somebody I know, and this is a teenager that just took his life because of what? because he failed an exam. And you remember that time we had
Uju,
that
you are a
craze.
YouTuber now. You should know now that
Yeah.
kind of
I'm
language that you
sorry.
just
I'm
used
sorry.
now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, so sorry.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
so sorry. Yeah,
It's okay.
that by himself because he failed an exam.
Yeah, just use on live or by is
Oh,
better.
by yeah, by.
YouTube doesn't like those kind of language. You know
I
that.
know. I'm sorry.
Mm.
I know. It just skipped my mind. I'm so sorry. Sorry, guys. That by himself because he didn't make it. He didn't pass an exam, and that was a time that it was a phase for teenagers then. Now we are seeing young women. Young women, my dear, your life is important. No man, no man is what by yourself. You see. So that's my advice. Is please, if seek help, that's the most important thing. And like I was reading the comments in the comment section, all this public display of affection, um when you propose to somebody publicly, sometimes it has its disadvantages, because the young girl will be thinking, that this young lady will be thinking, what will people say?
Exactly.
There's
And
no
you know,
all the
as
disclaimer.
Nigerians, we care a lot about what people say. Women care a lot about what will people say.
Very true. And the shame, how is she going to handle it?
She's already 30 plus.
Hi.
She has a successful career. All she's waiting for now is marriage at that stage. And this marriage that she thinks she's already, they proposed to her that day, I'm sure she will just be floating with
Hi.
happiness. Because it was public. For Adetutu now, it was public. There were candles, there were flowers, there were everything. And this
Hi.
same guy is the one that sent her now to be with the Lord.
Hi, God.
Shorai.
Well, I'm so sorry. These are my 2 cents. Guys, know yourself. Seek help, okay? No man is worth you taking your life by yourself. Sorry. By yourself. You're very, very important. All right. That's my 2 cents. So sorry, guys, that I used some words.
Thank you so much, Sister Oju. I appreciate you for calling in and you said your piece. Know your self worth. Nobody is worth it, right? Nobody is worth it because when I look at doing, all I'm thinking about is what are you going to tell her children now, including the one she had in the UK. That one, now when they grow up and hear the story, they'll be feeling like maybe it's me, it's my fault. If I wasn't born, my mother didn't come to the UK, maybe she would still be alive. She came to the UK to have me. That's when this incident happened. Because if she didn't leave Nigeria to come here, then the side chick would not have moved in. And then whatever, children, the way they process things is different. It's not true. But reading the story will seem logical to them. They will try to make meaning. It's a 2 months old baby now. But that baby is going to grow. The internet is there. He never forgets. They will Google and put their mother's name there. All this will come up. I'm a shell. Let's do better. If you know better, you do better. Let's treat people the way we want to be treated. Ejo tori Olohun. I'm not saying that relationship don't end, and I'm not blaming anybody. But consider other people's mental health and how they will react. Please. And if you, even how you do it too matters. How you do it. How? She was in a taxi. She now told the Mumu taxi driver self stopped. Mainland Bridge. You stopped. Why? What happens in Mainland Bridge? Ṣé wọ́n ra bàtà ńbẹ̀ yẹn ni àbí wọ́n ra bag? You stopped. They're supposed to arrest that taxi driver. Timothy, welcome, my darling. You're muted, darling. I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, sorry, just give me 1 moment. Good night, boys. Yeah, go and sleep. Bye bye. Love you. Bye bye. Bye. Hello. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah. Just putting my boys to sleep. Um. This really brought tears to my eyes, especially for the doing lady. When I think I read it on Instagram. Just lover. Yeah. That one was really really sad. It was really sad. And what I've called in today is just to talk about. I know for coping strategies can be very difficult as it be. just mere betrayal, between friends, maybe when you expect more from someone and then you don't get that kind of recourse, it can be very painful. Now talk about relationships and things like that. So uh, I think I don't really know what to say about that because that one is really, really, really so difficult. But I just hope that every we can always prioritize and know what's most important to us. At every time, your life is still most important. So no matter what you might be going through. So I wanted to touch on the postnatal depression that you guys were saying, which is very important. Just to say that the baby blues, right? Hello, can you hear me, Auntie? Hello.
I'm hearing you, Timothy.
Okay.
Go
All right.
ahead. Mm.
Yeah. So for baby blues, it's usually something that's mild. It can happen it usually happens in most women. In fact, some research say it's about 70% of women. So it happens within maybe like 2 to 3 days, and with that, it's just very mild symptoms. You can just be very sad. You can burst into tears. A mom might be quite irritable. You might worry, just feel stressed and things like that. But usually that's short term, and then most women would recover going towards the end of the first week to till the end of the second week most times. Now, research also has shown that you've got a good number of women that can now progress from that onto depression or even onto psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Mm-hmm.
understand?
If
Yeah,
it's
but it
not well
doesn't.
managed, the baby blues is not
Yes.
well managed. It
Yeah.
progresses.
Yeah, that it can progress, but most women will recover. Especially if they have good support. They also It also depends on the previous background of that woman. If she's known to have depression in the past, or maybe she's had things with mental health, had mental health problems and things like that. So it would that kind of woman would be more at risk. So that kind of mom will keep an eye on that kind of much more closely. Usually, like a week's review, just make sure that you're doing facilitated self help, and then you're also giving them counseling. You involve the community and things like that, right? So when you now start thinking that could deep be something more, when those feelings start impairing on the activities, like they can't sleep at all, or it's really affecting them, their daily activities, things they would normally do, they start losing interest in things, low energy, having very funny thoughts. Yeah. So, or
Not
they
wanting
could
to
have
stand
funny.
up from bed, not wanting to engage in any activity, not wanting to go out. The things they used to
Yeah.
enjoy, you don't enjoy it anymore.
Exactly. And if it's
Mm-hmm.
going beyond a week, then you need to seek more defined help. Like to say, oh, my doctor, really, I need more help, more than, because initially, we just do like facilitated self-help. You could signpost patients to say, oh, go to this website, they have this group, this and that. But if you notice that it starts going beyond a week, you need to have something more than that. Or
Mm-hmm.
if you start having funny thoughts about yourself, or you start having thoughts towards that baby. So anything at all, it might be fleeting thoughts, it might not be
Yeah.
something very serious, but
You
once you
know what
start
you
having
said
anything
now,
like that,
Timothy. When
yeah,
I came from Nigeria, I've never heard about baby blues or postpartum or postnatal, whatever, depression.
mm,
But when I came here and I had my baby here, I realized that what you just said now, having negative thoughts about the baby, I experienced it. I didn't know.
mm,
I didn't know
mm,
what it was. I was like, this has got to be village people doing
people,
me. This is my thinking because information is power. I didn't
yeah,
know. It was years later when and my husband did not even understand what I was going through. And I like what
mm,
you said about having support. There is no time that a woman needs support more than when they just had a baby,
ab-
pregnancy and having a baby, especially in the
absolutely,
abroad. Ah,
absolutely, really. So yeah, so what you felt at the time, probably I wouldn't really call it. I might not. It depends. So if you have those symptoms, maybe few days beyond that first week, we can still say maybe it could be like a cross. But if you've had it for 2 weeks and having intrusive thoughts, you're feeling intensely sad, very anxious, is affecting your daily activities, you can't function right, then you need to speak to your doctor to give you something more. because there's so much services that you can access. So ladies, please, once you start feeling like that, it could be normal, in the first few days towards the end of the first week. But if you notice that I start going beyond that, please don't just say, it's my village people or something like that. Just explore as much, get as much help as you can, right? So the extreme now is, if you start having intrusive thoughts, like you start hearing things that others are not hearing, or you start seeing things that others are not seeing, or probably you just start having impulsive reactions, or you think, you start having delusions, like
Let me ask
you
you
know
this,
yeah,
Timothy. Thank you so much. I know you are speaking from a place of professional experience,
yeah.
but I need to. How many of us, when we start hearing things, will be confident enough to tell even the closest person to us that we are hearing things that other people are not hearing?
mm,
That
mm,
is another thing that people will struggle with, to tell people that I'm hearing things though,
mm.
because you are hearing things, and that's because your mental health now is getting to, what do you call it? Is this psychosis when they start hearing
Yeah,
things?
it's getting
That's
towards,
psychosis,
yes,
right?
yes, yes, you're having
Okay.
a cycle.
But even having the confidence to tell even the closest person to you, like your husband or your partner or your brother or sister, that I'm hearing things. How do we get people to get to that place where
Yeah.
they can speak?
So that's why we have your program, and to be, and that's why we need to have that cultural reset, to understand that the human mind can be fickle. No one knows. Anybody can be a victim. Anybody. So as far as we understand that, I think we'll be able to come together, because even part of the mainstay of management is, especially, is family involvement. You have to bring the family support, the house, the spouse, whoever is in the house, or people taking care of social support and all of that. You have to bring all of them into the management plan, because it's not just medications. You have to involve a whole lot of things, counseling, CBT, group therapy, family therapy, and things like that. So everyone has to be on board. So I totally get the fact that, as a Nigerian or an African, it might not be easy for us to come up to say, yes, I'm hearing voices, but you could speak to someone else, a stranger. You could speak to a GP, yeah.
Yeah,
So speak to a
yeah.
stranger. But
Professional.
I do
Yeah,
get what
health
Auntie B is saying.
visitor, your
Yeah,
nurse. Yeah.
exactly. So your health visitor, he
Hmm.
or she is the closest person. So you speak to them. You don't necessarily have to say it in the presence of your partner, but for the partner part, I think that's just a way of thinking. And programs like what Auntie Bees do, it's quite enlightening. And I'll just say you should continue. Keep up the good work with
Thank
that.
you for
You're
people like
welcome.
you that are sharing knowledge as well. I can't do it by myself. God bless you, my darling.
All right,
Appreciate
baby.
you.
Yeah. So
Take care.
I'll be in the chat section if
All
you
right,
need
sweetheart.
anything. Yeah.
Thank
All right.
you. So we also need to take this. Timothy is a doctor, by the way. I also want to use this opportunity to say to our brothers, because I know some of you are listening and you are in the comment section wherever you are listening to this now or later. If you've never been attentive before, you've never been supportive before, you've never really cared, you feel like, oh, millions of women have babies every day. What is the big deal about your own? Please don't do that. When your wife or your girlfriend, your partner has just had a baby, please, please, I beg you, in the name of God Almighty, whatever your inclinations are, whatever she has done, forgive and please support her. She needs you more than you know it. A lot of women who are in mental hospitals today is from postpartum depression. Just as Timothy explained, it grows when the baby blues don't go away because lack of support, lack of understanding. It grows. It becomes psychosis. I know so many. I have a friend who works in mental hospital. Adiola, she was here the other day, Dio's ward. She's a mental health nurse. She will tell you, please support us. You don't know what a woman's body goes through when they've just had a baby. The pregnancy and delivery is something that takes a woman, is an out of body experience. You can never experience it or understand it as a man, because it's not even something we can explain to you. You need to experience it to understand it. So listen, be supportive, be there. Even if they are outrageous in their demands and they are behaving funny, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Look at Doyin. Just look at this woman. Does she look like the kind of woman that would just torí pé the husband has side chick in the house? She's a princess from a Ojora family. Those of you in Lagos State know the family. They are a prestigious family. Does she look like the kind of woman? It's because she was already suffering, haven't had a baby in the UK by herself. And this news now that people told her that there's a side chick, and I'm sure she may have been hearing about that girl, oh, that woman. I hear the just lover said that the side hen has run off now. You can run, but you can never hide, though, because this world will what because of what you have done, you will be judged. Karma, shebi karma ni. We don't need to karma is ready and waiting. So you think you can have a successful life after what you have done to another woman in collaboration with her husband, and you move into her house, you settle down, you are doing yahoo? No, it's not possible. It's not possible. Your own is coming. It will get you. It will get you. Daughter of God, thank you so much for that super chat. I thoroughly appreciate you. God bless you. Miss Amor, you are next. Please unmute yourself. Where are you joining us from and what do you have to say?
Hi, Auntie B. I'm Miss Amor. I'm joining from the US.
You're
I
welcome,
watch your
darling.
show. I'm a huge fan. I mean, everyone around me knows I watch you a lot. So
Thank you,
I'm
my
a very,
darling.
very, very, very huge fan. Um, I will try to say things really quickly so that I
Mm-hmm.
don't lose my point. And I want to speak for, um, like I said, the millennials, the young millennials, women in their 30s that are still single. I think it's very important before walking into marriage, you know where you stand mentally. I Early this year, I just realized I have what's called ADHD, which is attentive deficit hyperactive disorder. And honestly, it's one of the revelations that has really helped me in navigating myself. Um, I've almost asked myself earlier on in my early 20s. It had nothing to do with relationships. But it was just, I was just going through a state and I couldn't figure out things. And my solution was to, you know, be done with Earth, Mother Earth and stuff. Um, and of course, currently going through therapy and seeing that, in handling certain situations, I've had to, with my therapist, we talk about how, even in getting into relationships, how to navigate relationships and not put yourself in positions that could lead you into that state of depression. And as we're talking about this thing, I was thinking if there is a correlation between
Miss Amor, I can't hear you anymore. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear her?
can you hear me?
Okay. You are back now. Yeah, you
Okay,
dropped off
all
for a
right.
minute. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I was saying that with my therapist, one of the things we talk about is knowing that I have ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
She says that it's very important to put in consideration the person I eventually mate with or partner with, because how I am with that person would definitely affect me emotionally. And one
Mm-hmm.
thing with ADHD is that we struggle with emotional hypersensitivity. Almost all my life, I've always heard I was too sensitive. You're very sensitive. You're too emotionally sensitive. And that just put light into, oh, okay, I guess. So little things, little flickers here and there, what might offend somebody what somebody might look away and move to the other side and say, yeah, it is what it is. For me, I might take it a whole
You
different.
overreact.
I might
Yeah.
overreact, and then people
Yes.
tell you why you overreacting, and then you're like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not overreacting, and it's like this,
Yeah.
and you try so hard to control your sensitivities, and
So,
so
so with your diagnosis, you have a
yeah,
better understanding of how, of
yes,
why you
of
were
why
reacting that
of
way.
why
Yeah.
you react that way.
Yeah.
And in a way, I think, I mean, I haven't done any research. I would think there's some correlation with that, with probably postpartum depression. Maybe some people have been depressed before, not saying that they have ADHD, but maybe they've been depressed at some point in time. Think
Mm-hmm.
about how our society puts a lot of pressure on women to get married at a certain time. Some
Mm-hmm.
women don't handle it well. Some women are
Yeah.
depressed.
Yeah.
It's not taken care of. All of a sudden, you get married to this person, and then you're like, oh, yeah, I'm married. But you never treated the depression that happened around that time.
Mm-hmm.
You just went and got married, and everybody's happy for you. And then within a year or two, if you're in your 30s, it's like, okay, I need to get married. I need to get married. I need to give birth. I need to give birth. And then you give birth. And then you're now dealing with this, okay, this newfound experience, and you don't know how to handle it. And
Hmm.
so it's like, I think as a society, as Nigerians, aside from dealing with things spiritually, because I'm also a strong Christian,
Mm-hmm.
getting the mental help is very important.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, our men are also ignorant, and that's just the truth,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't understand, they don't carry children, so they don't understand the changes that may occur. They may
Hmm.
never understand the support that they might need, especially in the diaspora, when you need help and there's no help from nowhere. It's like you're all by yourself. There's no room to breathe. There's no, because I have friends of mine that have also gone through this, and I will not lie, it scares me, because I'm like, okay, me knowing what I have, okay, I need help. I would definitely need a system. I will definitely need someone to I'll need help in navigating this. Now to now have a partner that doesn't care, and not only doesn't care, is messing around, and he just had his child. It's a very, very, sad experience. Same thing likewise to Adetutu too as well, that lost her life because of um maybe the argument with the fiance. She couldn't handle it.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably something going on there. Like, she's not in her 30s, not married. She's already depressed. Okay, finally, I got this guy. Oh my God. The whole world, God has saved me. God has delivered me from the spirit of singleness. And
Mm-hmm.
bam, the guy is about to walk away again. You are back to square one. And
Mm-hmm.
guess what? They add to it and they tell you, hey, you see, the person that is disturbing you not to marry, he has come and collected this guy. Now she be they proposed to you. Now look at what has happened. It's another level of depression. And
Hmm.
she just was like, yeah, I can't go through it. Only God knows how many prayers she has gone, how many
Mm-hmm.
deliverance services she
Mm-hmm.
has gone. As
Mm-hmm.
somebody in her 30s, I know there are people that I don't even pick their call because I don't want to hear,
Mm-hmm.
because I know the pressure. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The only person that I speak to is my dad, and my dad who feels the pressure because he wants to see, he wants to experience. My mom is late, unfortunately, so it's
Hmm.
like,
Sorry, my darling.
it's a whole experience, and everybody's like, pressure, 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 pressure. I just don't pick calls. I don't call people. I don't, because I know, being predisposed to what I have,
Mm-hmm.
and also getting extra depression because I haven't done what I was supposed to do, which
Hmm.
is
Because
marry.
of the timeline that
The
people have set
timeline
for
that is,
you.
it can be
Mm-hmm.
very devastating. And
Yeah.
finally, um, it's also important that whatever.
Miss Amor, are you guys hearing her? She's dropped off again. Oh my God, I was really enjoying her contribution. Hello?
Am I back? I think I'm
Oh,
back.
you're back again.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So
Welcome back.
yeah, and so for the for what I was trying to say, for getting into relationships, that's why it's so important to stress on mental health, is knowing what you're dealing with as a woman, having the right words to communicate what you're dealing with, I think would help the partner. It also helps in sifting out people that are willing to hear and with
Mhm.
people that are not willing to hear. When
Amen.
I they are now I'm currently dating, and I'm in a very good relationship. That was one of the first things I did, was to one of the first things I did one of the first things I did was to mention it and say, this is what I'm experiencing. This is
Mhm.
who I am. It didn't was like, what's that? What does that mean? What's
Mhm.
that?
Is
I
it
had
black
to
or
yeah,
white?
yeah, yeah. And I had to explain to him that this. And so far so good. It's been okay. So that's my advice. Women,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do for, because I'm not married, so I can't speak on married folks or married people, but I can
Mhm.
speak as a single woman.
Mhm.
um it's so important. Even if you don't think there's anything wrong with you, try, just know, and just so that you have an idea, you find the words, and you are not putting yourself in a position whereby later you are dealing with things and you compound issues,
Yeah.
that should have been
Absolutely.
taken care of.
Thank
That's
you
my
so
sorry, I
much,
was a
Miss
little too long.
Amal.
I was
No, no, no,
thanking
no, no, no,
myself.
no. Honestly, I am so grateful for your call, my darling. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you for being vulnerable. You don't know, you are blessing a lot of people. You've blessed a lot of people with your call. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. And I wish you the very best going forward. You know what? ADHD and autism, whatever, what God says will be for you, and keep walking in your victory. Thank you for getting, that diagnosis and knowing why you behave the way you behave. And now you are in therapy. I'm wishing you the very best. Thank you so much, my darling. I love you and I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on very quickly. Bukola is saying something here. Some people's connection is not good. So she Tinker and F and F. F and F, I always have this problem with you. You need to change your internet provider. One lie to lie, because your internet is always problematic. As much as I want to hear what you have to say, both of you need to check your connection, because I can't add you, she Tinker and F and F. So I'm gonna take Shintinkan. You're good now. Okay. So let me take Shintinkan, but let me read this comment from Bukola. Bukola says something very, very profound. She said, don't give in. She's talking about, what Miss Amro said about the pressure. Remember the age 30? That is the age that Nigerians have marked down for you that you must be married. Say, don't give in to pressure. Nah, I only attend my church service via Zoom. Over 1 year now, my pastors call me almost every day to ask why I don't attend physically. And she said, I am tired of the marriage questions. I am tired, sick, and tired of your questions. So, all of you that are aunties and uncles here, I shared a story with you a while ago when I told you in my church why this auntie, she was saying it playfully, but I stopped her immediately because that's how it starts. Ah, you finish university now, and you're 26 now. Why are you not married? I said, auntie, please, let's not replicate what our parents did. Please, don't pressure her. Leave her alone. So she's tired of the marriage question. It's part of the issue. I know we are talking about doing, she's the only one married amongst the three women, but also keep in view the other two women, Mary and Adetitu. The question about marriage, you African aunties and uncles and brothers and sisters, you need to stop it. Please stop it. Even for your own children, stop it. Stop it. Pray for them, encourage them, ask them, how is your love life? What's going on? In love. Not, when are you going to bring husband home? Do stop it. They want to. But your pressure is going to make them make the wrong choices. It's going to make them feel depressed and sad that they are not married than 30. Please stop this marriage question. Nigerians especially, I'm begging you people, stop it. Some people is their own mothers that will put them under excessive pressure. Go and bring husband. Go and bring. Do they sell husband somewhere? Show me the market of husband where they are selling husband so I will go and buy. Allow people to take their time and make their own choices. Don't pressure them, please. Pressure is part of the reason. So you see what Bukola said now? I can relate to it so well because it's not today, it's still going on till today. Even those of us that are in our 50s and 60s now, 40s above, that we have children who are, getting to that age when they should be considering marriage or whatever, we're also doing the same thing. We are repeating the same mistakes. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay, she think I'll take you, then I'll take the beam. Hi, welcome. Where are
Yeah,
you joining us from? Hello,
I'm
sweetheart.
calling from London. This is my first time calling. I've been meaning to
Oh,
call. I love your show. I have so many friends who love your show as well,
thank
and
you.
I'm really glad to be able to call in this evening.
Thank you, my darling. Please go ahead. You
It's
have
fun
the
because
floor.
the first thing you said, oh well, the last thing you said about when you were commenting on Bukola's statement was the first thing that I wanted to say. I think we have this very unhealthy attitude towards marriage in our Nigerian community, and perhaps it's in other African communities, but not as bad as it is in Nigeria, where it's just a do or buy mentality, and we unconsciously put that same pressure on younger people. Like you said, people need to stop it, but because it is already there and it's so pervasive, young women have that attitude in dating. And so we don't know how to handle, a lot of young women don't know how to handle breakups because they're like, is the be all and end all, especially when they're, like in their late 20s, early 30s. It's like, is the be all and end all. I would do anything to be in this situation because it's getting me to where I want to go. Not too long ago, I ended in fact, somebody was talking to me and I stopped talking to the person. I didn't let it go any further because the person had that attitude of is do or buy, and I realized that was unhealthy.
Hmm.
I think many times we don't even notice these desires in ourselves, and sometimes when we see it in other people, they are red flags, and we don't check it. So some guys, some women, we interact with other people, build relationships with them, not noticing that their attachment style, I think that's what psychologists call it, is unhealthy. And so
Mhm.
if you notice anything that is not correct in that relationship and you try to leave, it can result in devastating circumstances like what has just happened here. Some of these
Hmm.
people were already in fragile situations, fragile states in their
Mhm.
minds, or they
Mhm.
have unhealthy attachment styles. And if you now try to build with this kind of person, it's only going to lead to one end, and that end is not going to be good. So
Hmm.
one thing that I feel we need to do is that we need to teach people, as we teach our, younger children or younger sisters how to date, or younger brothers how to date, how to spot somebody, how to take somebody out, how to pull out a chair for a lady, or how to be a lady yourself, when we're talking to our younger sisters, we need to teach them how to break up.
Hmm.
We need to teach them how to break up and how to be broken up with graciously, how to know that it's not the end of the world.
Hmm.
Some people don't do the breakups properly. They break up with people in very mean ways. Like, how do you do it when somebody's is in a car in
Even
transit?
text
You
message.
find a
They use
text
text
message.
message to break up with people.
See, Auntie Bree, somebody broke up with me and said God said they should break up with me. For like a year, I was vexing with God. People
Yeah.
say all sorts of things to remove the responsibility from
From
themselves, not knowing that
themselves.
they're sowing bad seeds for their own futures.
But you know
Find
what?
ways to do things in a
She
way that
think
will result in a healthy
let
outcome.
me let me just say something about that person that said God said they should break up with you. You should be thanking God that you didn't marry a person like that.
I
Because you know what?
finally got to that place.
Hey, if you had
Finally.
married that person, your life will be led by lack of accountability. Somebody that is
100%.
always shifting blame to say,
There you
I'm sure
go.
he's a spirit person that will be saying something like that. God
Don't you
said,
know now?
hey, how? Well, I
Exactly.
don't know whether you told me when I started the show, I was saying, oh yeah, Kadupe, we should be thankful. That's one of the things you need
Yes,
to be thankful that you didn't fall into that kind of shenanigans called marriage that God said
exactly.
to break up. Hello, are you okay? Are you normal?
And you see, the thing is, finally, after I now learned my own lessons from that and realized I needed to be thanking God, I'm now better able to spot red flags. So
Hmm.
when somebody is, overly clingy or not even balanced in the way they're approaching something, and I met some guy some months ago. The guy said to me that even if his wife cheats on him, that's it. Oh, they are in that relationship forever and ever. I said, eh. I no look, I'm not planning to cheat, and I'm not planning to be
To
cheated
be
on.
cheated on.
But if you don't have that standard, if you don't have
I'm
a
a wrinkle.
at least some boundaries, it means you don't have a healthy sense of self-esteem. And sometimes people take advantages of other people just because they want to be in relationships,
Mhm, mhm.
So I think, first of all, we need to change the attitude, like you said, the attitude about marriage, because that translates into dating. That
Mhm.
attitude we have where I say, we must do it before the age of 30. I'm in my 30s. As Bukola was saying about pastors and what they say. I remember one time, Auntie Bear, I have a PhD. I've written a book. I've co-written
Hey,
another book. And a pastor said
hey.
to me,
Another
um,
PhD holder. We have them many in Obodo farm. Wait. Let me celebrate you first of all. Is it easy to look? If people know what it takes to have a PhD, then you will appreciate why women who Jesus. Well
we
done,
thank
my
God. But
darling. Well done.
I'm so grateful. Thank you for affirming me. Thank you. I appreciate it. But
You've
the
done
number of
well
things
for
people
yourself.
say,
You are in no
we
more
thank God.
way. You know book. You know book. You know book.
Thank
Is
you.
it
Thank you.
easy? There is sell am for Alaba
It,
market.
it's not
Eh?
easy. Oh. It's not easy, but I think that sense of self, we need to be more focused on a sense of self, give our children a sense of self, a sense of accomplishment that is beyond marriage. Because if you look at yourself, are you not valid as a human being? Did God not create you? Does God not love you? Don't you wake up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other? Is marriage the definition of your life?
No,
We don't teach people these
absolutely.
things. And so at the end of the day, people do all sorts of things to get married and to stay married. And it's just sad.
And they end up marrying the wrong people.
The wrong
Because
people or
if you
people
look
that
at
will give
Doyin
them
now,
this kind of
look at this
breakfast.
beautiful, she's a princess. And she married a man that's been married twice before.
Mm,
If it's me, I'll be looking at him
mm.
with corner eye. Kilode.
Of
Why?
course.
Why have you been married twice before? What happened to the previous wives? I want to know, as beautiful as she is, and from the family background she comes from. Let me show you another picture of the man. That his neck is
Oh,
like the neck
dear.
of a snake. Why would I want? I would think twice to be a third wife. Why would I want to be that? But
People need to
again,
find
getting
out
back
what
to the
went on
question,
first.
yes,
Today,
she
I was
was
listening to
number
something
three.
this morning. Somebody said that so they were talking about a public figure who married one guy who she's also number three. And the person said, this person who was talking about it said she had gone and looked at the history of how he married his second wife. He was looking for a come up. If you want to marry someone who's been married before, I've dated someone who was divorced, but I had to go and find out what went wrong there. Some people don't find out these things. Even if the person has not been married before, find out about the person's background. And even if it's for dating, like the sad story about it's not Adetutu, no, Adetutu and Mary now,
Yeah.
sometimes we need to before we settle down in our minds in a relationship that this is the last bus stop, still hold things lightly. Don't hold anything too tightly. Let it be that yes, I'm in this relationship, but only as God wills. Let it not be a situation. I think our attitude to it should not be it has to be this, because if you're focused on anything and you have such a tight grip on it, you may end up undoing yourself by that tight grip. It's like you're holding so tightly to something that you don't have the bandwidth to see anything else in life. The sun is shining, but you can't see it.
My darling, thank you so much, Shane Thinker. I don't know why you haven't called us before. You need to call him more because you speak so much wisdom beyond your age. You are
Thank
so
you.
enlightened. I love your voice. I love everything
Thank you
about you.
very
Please
much.
call us
I'm
again.
so grateful. I look forward to coming to the Christmas party. I'll plan
Oh,
to
you coming?
be there.
Hey!
I'll
If
be
you don't
there.
have the address, you better send me a message quickly. Let me send you the
Sharp,
address.
sharp, sharp,
Mhm.
sharp. I'll send you
Thank
a
you, my
message now.
darling. I love
Thank you
you.
very much for having me.
God
Love you
bless
loads.
you. Love you. Oh my God. Look at, just look at that. She thinker, beautiful girl, beautiful woman, well accomplished, sensible. She's got all her. She knows what she wants, knowing what you want and setting the bar, irrespective of the pressure they are putting you in your church. Where they will now start fixing you up with some. Look at this Baba now. This is his third marriage. How are you a pastor in MFM and you are married 3 times? How? I don't understand. I thought this is a white garment kind of model. How? How? If we dig deep, it's pressure to marry from the wife. And that's why mothers who are here listening, I'm challenging you today. Stop this nonsense about pressuring your children. Pray for them, encourage them, tell them about the benefits of marriage, but never ever pressure your child, your daughter about getting married. If you are one of those, stop it. Before you push them to a marriage that is going to unlife them. Please, torí Ọlọ́run. I'm begging you, oh. Baby, I'll call to you in a minute. Let me take Nina. Nina has just been nodding her head, and it's like she's in spirit the way she's receiving this message tonight. Nina,
Yes. Hello,
welcome.
Obodo.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Hi, Obodo fam. I cannot underestimate the joy I have always each time I tune on to Obodo fam. Even though today you can see me, but many times, anytime I turn on to
I've
Obodo
never seen you before.
fam,
But
I'm
you
always
look very
laughing.
beautiful.
Thank you. Please, my sisters, everything that is being said in Obodo Farm, I mean, I'm almost like a shower to on what is this thing called YouTubers, right? I click on
Yes.
this 5 minutes. It takes me 5 minutes to judge, to see if I'm going to continue with you. Then I hop to the other one. Then I hop to the other one. I hop to the other one. Why was I doing that? I came to a point in life where I want to find out what actually we women want.
Hmm.
My story will be cut short, but someday we will have time to celebrate my own story.
Amen.
Um, this thing of marriage, this thing called marriage, I don't know where we went wrong. I was one of those that got married early in life,
Hmm.
but unfortunately, when I saw the way it was going, I have to step back. Mine. Thank God there was no internet then. I got to a point, and I don't know what is it about this 30 something. It was on my 32nd birthday, and a friend of mine came. She came from London and brought things for me, and I was so happy. I said, Neka, you came all the way from the UK to bless me. She said, yes, I know you're going through a lot of things. I said, what could I be? Like, you think I know, but I don't know. My friends always think I know everything. Honestly, I don't know. I don't
Hmm.
really know. I
I
don't
like that.
know.
That's humility. When you accept that you don't know, learning is every day. Nobody has all the knowledge. That's humility. I love people like that.
Most especially in relationship. When I love somebody, almost all my girlfriends ended up being family because just by being a friend to one person, I'm a friend to her aunt, I'm a friend to her grandma, I'm a friend to her brother, I'm a friend to
Hmm.
everybody in the family.
Hmm. You are
So
a relationship kind of person.
I don't know. So not knowing that, I don't know if you know that Teddy Pendergrass song that said the whole town is laughing at you and at me. Everybody knew that my husband had an affair. My own very brother knew that my husband was having an affair. Innocently, I did not know. And I didn't
Hmm.
suspect. You know why it was so bad? I went to school in the north. So I am one of those Nigerian ladies that a Yoruba girl is my friend, an Igbo girl is my friend, Akwa Ibom na my friend. And when we mingle, you can never tell that I'm the Igbo in them because by
Hmm.
God's grace, I can speak some of the languages.
Hmm.
So my brother, my friends, everybody in town, I went to, I went home for my grandma's. My grandma helped raise us. She died at the age of 102.
Wow,
And I had to,
fantastic.
yeah, and I had to go. I came back. I came back, and that flight was a 6 a.m. flight. And then I slightly opened the door, but you can feel the spirit that somebody is in your house.
Mhm.
So, so I opened the door and went went straight to my bedroom. And this beautiful girl was on my bed, my matrimonial home.
Hmm.
And I'm like you see, like you went from being naive to being like stupid in a second. Like,
Hmm.
who are you? What are you looking for? I'm, I'm, I'm like, she was trying to pick. I said, no, 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 heart. Stay right there. What did my husband told you? I don't know. What did he tell you? Oh, he said you guys are no more together.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I was one of
Hmm.
those women that I think when I got married, without the use of internet, I was one of those one that picture here, picture there. My wedding picture was 50 by 70. I don't know how it is in the UK. These
Hmm.
large enlargement. As soon as you open the door,
Enlargement. Hmm.
immediately you come into the door, you see your friend dashingly fine, pretty, everything. And my mom had warned me several times that no, almost every word of yours ends with my husband, my husband, my husband, my husband.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sometimes you don't really have to let people around you know you have a husband.
Hmm.
I was that kind of, because I married early. I was, if you don't see my ring, if I'm talking my hair,
You are the typical Nigerian that
you know,
is always telling everybody that they must know you are married.
So anyway, it didn't go well. What made it worse was that for me, for me to hear that my husband was cheating was already a heartbreak. Then to find somebody in my bed was a second one. What he did was what broke the camel's back. I was born in third world country. So if you travel, when I travel home, anytime I go to Nigeria, after 30 minutes, you won't know that I went abroad. I I put my buba, put my put anything, like kind of feel at home kind of girl. So this kind of going to what is it? Nito. Then it was Nito. Going to call, there was no cell phone and we didn't have a homeland phone. So I don't know where you were expecting me to get phone to call you. Anyway, my brother lives in Japan then, and he came a day after and said, "Nne, have you called your hubby?" I said, "Yeah, I'll call him, don't worry." So I tried to prove to him that I tried to call him, but I couldn't get through. Oh, well,
Hmm.
you didn't call me. You went to Africa for a week. You didn't call me. What do you expect a man to do? Don't you have brothers? Ask your. I said, we can't fight. Don't fight. Please don't fight. Let our guest go home first. Take her home. Take her home. I asked her, did he pay you? He said, no, ma'am. I said, okay, no problem. I don't know how much I had. And I called, my brother was on his way. So when Amy came, I said, Amy, please get this girl out of my house because I'm about to do something brutal. And he said, okay. So he pushed my husband outside and said, please be with your wife. You guys got a lot to talk about. And then it happened that Amy's girlfriend was the friend of that. So you see the the disadvantage of advertisement.
Hmm.
The disadvantage of advertisement is that my baby brother, once lived with me, now have his own apartment. So the girlfriend was the one that connected a girl to my husband.
Hmm.
Advertisement is not good. Sisters, if you are doing it, stop.
Hmm.
You don't know who somebody is hurting. Like me, maybe I was innocent. I wasn't innocent. I was just naive or
Yeah.
trusting so much. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't innocent, not by any means.
So
But
was that what led to the did you end the marriage? You walked out?
before I walked out, Sister B, thank God there was no internet. That minute,
You
that
keep
minute,
saying you keep
yes,
saying that. Thank God
yes,
there's no internet.
yes, yes. My instant thought, I mean, I know a lot of girls are pretty and they believe they are pretty. A lot of girls, their family loves them and they believe they love them. You know what saved me? The love that my family has for me. It's
Hmm.
like, it's like, why would I do this for the sake of a situation that without me, this person can marry another person? The minute I die, he will go ahead and marry the side chick. Why would you do this to an innocent child that you brought into this world? Why would you do this? My brothers love me so much. My friends, some of my friends are like sisters to me. So that was what saved me. But I wanted to advertise this and tell people that, please, girls, when you are being cheated upon or you are being rejected, don't ever, don't ever go and beg. Don't think it's you. I married a guy whose everything is your fault, is somebody else's fault. Yes. Mungo Park. Yeah. It's always somebody's fault.
Hmm.
Kerewa, no food. I don't know how many. Anyway, a lot of young girls don't know how to cook. Not people born in my era. Hmm. People born in my era, you know how to cook and clean very, very well because of the kind of
Hmm.
mothers we had then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
So
how you doing, Nina?
I'm okay. I got over it. But one more thing about being in your 30s and being rejected. You know what I did? I found out that it was not the girl. The big sister was bragging about how her sister is going to be an everlasting side chick. What's wrong with a man marrying two wives?
Hmm.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. I didn't sign up for that. So it was not because side chick didn't come alone. Don't fight, don't fight side chick. Some of these they know more, they know more than you. They know your marriage more than you because of what your husband is telling them.
Hmm.
So how are you gonna fight a side chick that is well grounded with information? She doesn't
Hmm.
know so much, but she has the information of where you go, how many family members you have in the US, how many family members you have here, what they have, what they got, what your mommy got, what you don't have. They know you more than you know your marriage. So the
Hmm.
thing is to get out. Sisters, what I wanted to do, it wasn't good. I wanted to buy the sister, buy myself, buy the side chick.
Are you in the US, Nina?
Yeah, I got out.
You did.
Yes, I did.
Are you okay?
It's
Do
been
you
good.
have any do you have any kids
Oh yeah, my
again?
baby's grown. Yeah, my baby is grown.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Did you get any help to deal with, the betrayal and everything that happened, the hurt and the pain that you felt?
I did. Um, as soon as I got to the US, two of my friends they took me to therapy. I worked with the therapist for a year and a half, and when they signed me out, so I was thinking about what to do. I wanted to go back. I was,
Yeah, of course, that's normal.
when I've settled my daughter, everybody stopped thinking about it, stopped talking about it. The second phase was how dare she? Because I see that girl every day.
Hmm.
Even when I see her, I say, oh my God, look at this beautiful girl. My goodness. I wish my brother wasn't married. Ah, I had good thoughts for her. If I was looking for a job and I saw a couple, I would ask the sister, do you think your place is hiring? I won't be asking the guy. On the passenger seat on Sunday, we have a Sunday car. So the Sunday car, I wanted to pick it out, take it to go and get New York Times. It's always my treat, Sunday morning. And by the passenger seat, I saw a job application of my workplace. The girl, her date of birth, her date of birth, where she's from, and everything. I'm like, child, this is a sister. How can I do this?
Are they still together?
Oh yeah,
They are still together. He married her.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Wow.
oh yeah.
Wow.
It was going on for 4 years while we were in the marriage. So upon my exit, it takes 7 years to get divorced. If you are married in Roman Catholic Church in Rome, it takes seven
I hear
years.
there's, yeah.
They didn't get divorced to get married. So as soon as I could be able to do my own thing here, I lifted that up and gave him an uncontested divorce, and that was why I had a friend called Simon. So the lawyer was representing me, so it fastened it up. So it ended in 6 years.
Hmm.
So they didn't eat up the 7. But before then, 2 months after I left, she was pregnant.
Hmm.
Yeah. So then consequently, she had another child. So the long and short of the story is to know your self-worth. Who's that sister that said that? That was what did it to me. That was what did it for me.
Hmm.
Yeah. The therapy, I think everything failed. My brothers, everybody tried and failed. I want to go back and do something. What did it was a friend of mine, my best friend came. She usually don't talk much. She sent her son to come and talk to me. To beg, the little boy came. He's my godson. I said, Auntie Nena, can I ask you a favor for my 80th birthday, 18th birthday? I said, what is it? Auntie Nena, can you forgive your ex? I said, what? This is not a child's talk. Somebody is. I was still, the anger was still there. And Ngozi came and she asked me. We went to the therapy and I cleared everybody out. I stopped talking about it. And then that feeling of go do this, go burn the house, go do this, no, 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 no. Everything was forgiven, forgotten, and sealed, and it was done. It was done. So, sister,
Can you do me a favor, Nina? I'm seeing you for the very first time today, and I'm so glad. Thank you so much for being open, for being vulnerable, and sharing this part of your life with us. Can you do me a favor, please? There's a number on the screen. It's my WhatsApp number. I'm gonna leave it on for a while, although it's for UK people that want to come and eat and drink and do Christmas. But it's also my WhatsApp number. Can you save it and send me a WhatsApp message, please? I like to interact with you outside this show. Is that all right?
no problem.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. I love you very much. Thank you.
Um,
Thank you so much.
I love
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
What?
Okay, that's Sister Nina James opening up for us, letting us into a little tiny bit of our life tonight. And yeah, yeah. A lot of people are feeling some kind of way tonight. Chidima, I see your comment as well. You're saying that you had PTSD. You recognize the symptoms. Temiti, yeah, I did see your comment. I don't know if you saw my comment. In the comment section, hopefully we can connect with Nina. Yeah, please be careful. Our actions have consequences. In fact, I don't even know what to say now. Please. I'm just begging people to know that actions have consequences, and it's not everybody that can deal with pain, rejection, especially when they've committed so much. A lady in our WhatsApp group, the UK group, told us about how her sister put the husband, Mongo Park, through law school. And the guy was cheating and cheating. Today, she's out of the marriage, but she's suffering from mental health. She's not herself anymore. She's detached herself from her family, her friends. Ah, please, let us treat people well. Treat people well. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Even though your culture, your tradition, your religion allows you to just walk all over people and treat them the way, anyhow, let us do better. If we know better, we should do better. Baby, welcome, my darling. Barry, you are next after Baby. Thank you so much for your patience, my darling.
This B, that was very heavy.
Yes.
With a lot of pain in the lady's voice.
Yeah.
Really sorry for what she went through. My own contribution is really you brought up like the point that I wanted to bring up, really, that a lot of people treat people in a way that they can't take. These people that actually do these things to their partners can't take 1% of what they are giving out. And we also have to realize that people have different thresholds for pain. So all these people, even though they may have the right self-esteem, they have the jobs, they come from the right families, they look great, but they may not have the strength for such emotional pain. Emotional pain is worse than physical pain. And until you are in a situation, you don't know how you will react. This lady, the princess, hers is extremely heartbreaking. I don't know how a woman can feel so comfortable to come into another woman's home, live there,
Nigerian women.
tell the
Nigerian
husband
women.
not to let a woman enter her own home. A woman that has just given birth, 2-month-old baby, you are telling them to turn her back. What animal raised you? That is not a human being. Oh. And even the husband is much worse. See, that's why sometimes when somebody has had 2 women run away in a marriage, most women don't run away from something that is good. It's a sign. So when you see that, yourself, you should exercise caution. And this is the same man that silly side chick is fighting over. You see how women keep putting themselves inside of very funny. A man that will turn away his wife that has just given birth. It shows that a lot of people's conscience has spy. They don't
Completely.
even think about themselves. They are so desperate to the point that they don't think about themselves and say, this thing this person is doing, if he do this to me, how would I survive this? I don't know how I can only imagine the type of pain that she was in. It is not, I don't even know. And I read the Gist Lovers breakdown. I just want to advise people that taking friends that are hurting, please call their family members. Thank God this lady sent a message to her family members before she cried herself.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Because
yes.
this man and the side chicken would have put everything on that friend's
Oh,
head.
yeah. They still try to cover it up now, baby. They did
Exactly.
everything now. Thank God for Gist Lover that was not scared. They tried to
So,
cover it up. They say anybody, any blogger that will speak about, people knew about it, but they were afraid.
really bad. Please, if you are a friend and your friend comes to you, she's desperate, she's in a bad situation, please, if you know she has a good relationship with her mother, just call her mother. Let her mother come and sit with her, because especially if you are in a country like Nigeria, if anything happens, even the yaya husband is going to put it on your head. Thank God this girl had the presence of mind to even call family members and say, "Na me do myself this thing." Oh.
The friend that would have been in trouble.
Serious trouble, because these
Mhm.
ones, they
They
will
were looking
pretend
for
like,
somewhere now.
of
The
course,
man, the tire and the side hand would have found somewhere to tie it to pay
of course now,
Ọ̀rẹ́
they
ló
would
pa.
they would have pretended like they didn't know what was going on.
Mhm.
So it's really sad. The lady that jumped into third mainland, obviously, maybe she couldn't deal with the disappointment anymore. You know, the thing is, we should always see every disappointment as a blessing. Tomorrow, today may be bad, tomorrow will be better. Just
Amen.
be patient
Be
and be kind.
optimistic. Mhm.
Be
But
kind to yourself.
mhm.
And please choose kind people. Don't choose the finest, the baddest boy. That one is good for relationship. When it's time for marriage, you open your eye, you tear your eye reach back.
You need to repeat that again. Choose
You
kind people. Don't
kind
choose
people.
tall, dark, and handsome,
Exactly.
slim, bum bum, and whatever they have. Choose kind people,
Kind
whether
people.
man or woman.
Yes.
Because marriage, at a point, those physical attributes that you used to admire, that you
In
thought were the
fact,
thing that attracted you, they will be
it
the
will
thing.
go. And don't choose somebody that places themselves like your father. Choose somebody that you are a partner to, somebody that you can actually relate with, someone that you can talk to, and the person will see your point of view. Sometimes I see the way couples interact, and I wonder, I say, now your papa you marry, abi na father daughter relationship they go on here, wetin dey happen exactly? They can't even talk to the person. They can't say, this is how I feel. The person has no empathy. The way they relate is very strange.
Hmm?
And I'm wondering, what brought you two together? What is the common ground? How can you love and respect somebody that you talk to like this? It's a bit, I mean, we need to really we women, we have a lot to lose in marriage. So we need to be careful. This type of man is not even somebody that anybody should even be in a relationship with.
Lolade is saying something that was playing in the back of my mind since when I saw this story. Lolade said that she has a feeling that the side hen has some dirt, some kind of dirt on him. That how can a man like a pastor, God deliver us from this kind of pastor?
Sis
How
B,
come she was so powerful, the side hen?
sis B, forget pastor. Most Niger politicians, especially the ones in the south, they like to add pastor to the resume. It's a resume
Mm.
addition. It's a skill
Does
in
it
the
make them
resume.
more attractive to the
Yes,
voters?
exactly.
I
Now
see.
additional skill like certification. Make we leave that one.
Okay.
Because most of them are pastor. But what they go there to do in the government office is totally contrary to pastoral duties.
Hmm.
So it is just a way, because this one, he is prepping to be governor. So imagine pastor. People will say, this one no go thief money, but now in the thief money pass. Yeah,
Now then thief pass.
exactly, him and this side chick. But now to just bamboozle, a lot of Nigeria, when you pastor, you don't enter be that. You have their votes.
F and F, thank you so much, baby. Really appreciate your
Mhm.
call. Thank you, my sister. I love you. F and F, I'm reading your comment though, and I don't know what you are saying. No, that that I didn't hold the man accountable at all. I can't believe today's show. I'm shocked at the discussion on how nobody is holding the man accountable. F and F, is this what you wanted to come and say when you joined the show? Eh? I wish your internet that never connects. So I wish you would go to an internet that will connect so that you come here and say this, because sometimes when you type, it doesn't convey what you are going to say. So we are here trying to help one another, trying to help people, and you think we are giving the man a pass? If we come here and trash this man, we cuss him out and yab him, what is he going to solve? You are not matured. Honestly, you are not. Because if you are matured and you can think critically, then you will see the importance of why I chose to go the way I went on this show tonight. I am trying to help women out there because we are always the weakest link. We are the victim in all this. All you people care about is condemning. What is condemnation going to solve? Please. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run. Okay, when we have this show, people will just come up and try to provoke you. What is your problem? You are shocked at the discussion. We've had a very, very meaningful discussion. Somebody, Nina even came and shared her own pain. What do you want? If we talk about this and day from here to tomorrow, what is it going to solve? We should come here and start saying things. Should we make it about calling out the man and condemning him, or teaching our sisters coping mechanism, talking about mental health, how people can actually seek help? Which one would you prefer? Choose though, because I don't know who is exonerating the man and saying what he did is right. Please, just, it's okay. If that's the way you feel about it, you are shocked. Shocked at what? What are you shocked at? No matter what somebody do, you people will always have something. Some of you will always have something to complain about. Opinionated gem, Jotori alone, please. Some of you just need to go and start your channel, since you don't always disagree with whatever somebody's talking about. We are looking for solutions. We are solution focused. What is the point of calling out this man now? Just Lover, who has a much bigger platform, already called him out. Is it going to solve anything? We always hear about learning the lessons. What are we going to learn from it? How is it going to help somebody? If we come here tomorrow and trash this man tomorrow, we talk 1 hour trashing him. Does it solve anything? We're only looking for solution, opinionator and Jen, please. You know how we do it here. How can we help somebody who is going through this? And that's why we're talking about postpartum baby blues and all this mental health. Somebody who has ADHD came and shared their own experience. Is learning to help people who are still here. Trashing somebody is not going to solve anything. Joe. Barry, welcome.
Auntie, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Good afternoon. Please don't let anybody get under your skin.
I don't know
Okay.
why some of our people are like this. Honestly, I
It's
chose to go
normal.
this route for a reason.
Yes. The and today's topic is something that's really, really important. But perhaps this is not something that's right up her alley. Um, without giving the individual too much attention, let me give my 2 cents and run away. But please, no let her get under your skin, I beg, please. I feel for men, there is a lot of educating that needs to be done. In the sense that I do recall when Yvonne's mom was pregnant. Luckily, I worked for a company at the time that,
Who is
you know,
Yvonne? Is that your daughter?
yeah, Yvonne is my daughter. She's a 7-year-old.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, before she was born, at the time I worked for a company that provided therapy, insurance, and all that fun stuff. A really good place, and I took advantage of it. So at every stage of certain things that I experience or go through, I was always like sitting down with my therapist, and we'll talk. So during the course of talking to my therapist, uh, she was sharing with me, oh, your wife is pregnant now. Are you ready for the journey? And that was when she started teaching me about the various stages that women go through during pregnancy. And that is something a lot of men are ignorant or unaware of, the changes that takes place before the child arrives and also after the child is gets into the picture. There will be a lot of dietary changes. There will be also a lot of behavioral changes as well. And the postpartum thing, I also witnessed it. I saw it. So I
Yeah.
think the key thing has to do with educating people on,
Mm-hmm.
most especially our men, because our men just feel that, and it's not because they are bad. It's just they don't know. They are not
Mhm.
equipped with the right information. That is the problem. I didn't know. I was privileged to have worked for a company. I'm a typical African. I'm a typical Niger guy. So I didn't have that knowledge until I sat down with my therapist at the time, and we talked about it. And she was like, "Oh yeah, your wife is gonna be your wife is expecting, or you guys are pregnant. So these are the changes." Gave me a lot of um, resources. You may not be able to fund the cost of therapy, but the internet is loaded. It's packed with a lot of information that you can get for free. You just have to make out that time, Google
Mhm.
these things, and you read up on them.
Yeah.
So it's more of educating and educating. It is
Mhm.
real. Depression is real. Postpartum is real. And I am a great respecter of women. And my mom is a woman. My little girl will grow up to become a woman someday. So
Mhm.
I'm very uh sensitive to um anything that has to do with them, and how I also interact with the opposite sex at every level of my life. Now, on a relational level, I dated somebody a couple of years ago, um before I was married anyway. A couple of years ago, that was in a relationship for 4 years. Beautiful lady, accomplished lady, name it. She got everything. And she dated before I came into the picture. Uh she dated she Before I came into the picture, she dated somebody for 4 years, and she was loyal. She was everything. She gave this guy money in running into, you know, thousands of dollars. We're talking about 50K and above. That's 50K
Mhm.
is even the 50K is even the least. And that didn't work out because she found out 4 years that dude had a family somewhere else within the states, and also had kids, and that's completely shattered her. And me, innocent me, I came into the picture like probably 6 or 7 months later, or I think a year. I was my friends at the time, told me like, hey, this is what happened. This lady is super cool and everything, and please just, you know, treat her well. And I was like, if they did not know me, they wouldn't have, you know, uh, you know, called me in. So we started this beautiful relationship. It was going well. So I started noticing certain things, uh, a lot of trust issues. And I went as far as, not, this is something I would never do, even when I was back home, 3 months, 4 months into it. I wouldn't give you my key to my apartment. So I gave, in order to minimize that trust, I gave my lady a key. Feel free, come anytime you feel like, okay? Like, there's no, and the reason why I did that was I was trying to get her to a point where she can trust easily again. And again, I have to stress this. This lady is one of the nicest ladies that, I just felt bad that something like that happened. So fast forward, during the course of the relationship, I would be at my place sleeping at night, and because my CC had a key to my apartment, just to check if I was maybe running around or something, she would come in unannounced, and I'm not bothered by that. Unannounced, to my bedroom, walk into my bedroom, and I'll be sleeping. I wouldn't know that somebody's in my apartment because she had a key. Take a
Mhm.
picture, take a picture of me in the bed,
Raton.
and go and leave.
That's serious. That's some serious. That's some. That's some scary thing. Take a
And
picture.
leave. Now, and the next day, probably during the weekend, when we had a date, when we had a date, or when we have a date or something, And she's like, "Oh, I came to your place," and I was like, "No, like I was at home, I was sleeping, and everything." Then she would show me her phone, like, "Here, this is you sleeping," and this happened 3 times during the course of that relationship. Now, stupid me at the time. I said, I like to see the best in people. I focus so much on the best in people. I didn't say anything. I kept quiet. I just attributed that thing to, oh, this lady is still struggling with trust issues. Now,
Mm-hmm.
the point that I'm trying to make with all of these gists that I've just shared is a lot of people are hurting out there and
Mm.
they need time to heal. If
Amen.
you do not heal, you will not be able you will not be able to give your best. So it is very, very important that when you are going into a relationship with somebody, you need to know the circumstances at which the relationship started, how it ended, and if that person has really gotten over it. Because sometimes a lot of people have gone through lots of chains of breakups, and it will now lead to depression. So that's where I was going to. Sometimes a lot of these relationships, some people would have experienced a couple of breakups here
Yeah.
and there,
Yeah.
and they
So,
start
I mean,
having some inner thoughts in their head. What is wrong with me? What is going on? Is this from
mm-hmm.
my village or what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even
It's
such things begin to have, even they become socially awkward as
it's
well.
got. I mean, like that person now. Thank God you ran away. I'm assuming you ran away, right?
Yeah, we thank God it ended well. My mom did not talk to me for 3 days because it was a very serious relationship.
Because that person is not even
When my
ready.
mom found out about, you mean somebody came into your bedroom and took a
Took
picture
your.
of
How did
you?
you not even know? That's
I,
meant for you. A
I,
woman will know. Trust me. Look, if somebody better like this, I will open my eye. There's no way you can come into my room that I will not know. My husband used to complain all the time. Don't
honestly,
how can you sleep? Somebody will come into your room, take picture and go and show you the next day. You don't know.
I know. I see the sleep. When I
They
sleep, I
sleep
sleep.
deep.
When I sleep, I sleep.
I feel you. I feel you. Yeah. I mean, the point you are making, Barry, I completely understand. Some people have not healed. They are dealing with things from, childhood, from previous relationships. And, as a result of all these things that they are dealing with now, they now bring it into the relation. Even though you haven't done anything, imagine. They just bring it into the relationship with you. So that's a very
Yeah,
big one.
because
People need
we
to be
don't know. A
well.
lot of people have gone through a lot of disappointments, and
Yeah.
there's a point it will get to. The individual will be like, you know what? What's the point? I might as well just off myself, you
Yeah.
know,
You're
and
right.
stuff like that. Thank you so
Mhm.
much for bringing this topic. It's really, really key, and I think in this business, you know better than us. You always run into trolls. Don't let them get under your skin. They're not worth
It's
it at
okay.
all.
It's okay. No matter what you do, people will criticize you. They will come here and judge you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all I'm just going to say is that you cannot control what people will do to you. Thank you so much, Barry. I appreciate you,
Yeah.
my darling brother.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, sweetheart. Take care. You can't control other people. If you don't like the angle I'm coming from, you feel like we should have brought this Mr. whatever his name is, Tayo, and come and trash him here and come here. We have a party where we condemn all the men. What is that going to solve? We talk about Mongo Parts here all the time. Look, nobody can make me a man hater. Oh. If you have your personal issues in your life why you hate men, that is on you. Please, Ejotori alone. I don't hate men. It's bad enough that a lot of men out there think that I'm the one that's teaching their wives to leave them. Now you want me to come here every day and be trashing men for what? Just because this Tayo did it or other men. There are good men out there. They are bad men. There are good women. They are bad women. We are issue specific here. And tonight, I chose to go on the route of how do we deal with rejection? How do we manage and help people to manage their mental health and rejection? If that's not good enough for you, Odabo, you don't need to be here. You want me to just come here every day and be yabbing men? The day that my husband will tell me to stop doing this show now, you will not. I will just disappear. You will not see me again because if he tells me to do it, I will stop. So if you have your own personal preconceived, hurt and pain that you are dealing with in your personal life, that's fine. What I know is that there are good people and there are bad people. All right, both men and women. So I'm not going to come here and be trashing people every day. We've talked about Mongo Park so much that I'm even tired of it. I have sons. One of my sons called me one day and said, Mom, why are you always talking about men? Why are you always talking about men? I was like, what? I didn't even know they hear me because I'm in a room that I even locked the door. They were hearing me. I had to I took my time to explain to them that no, it's not like I'm talking about men. It's just that, we are trying to make relationship better. Some men don't understand the rules of engagement. They don't understand that they have to be respectful and treat women well. I took that time. So you that don't have children in your house, that you don't have, I have adults and young and teenage children. I have to be very careful. And I can't come here every day and I will come and be and I will come here every day and be yabbing men. Kilo de gone. It is what is beneficial that we'll talk about. And for me tonight, the way I'm saying it is that what will benefit me is this is what you did to me. How do I handle it? It's more important than coming here to come and start yabbing all these men. All the yabbo we don't yab them. All the yabbo we yab. How many of them I remember? Temiti, you say I should share my link. How many of them I remember? What's it be name? APC pastor, Bishop. We yab all the year what we have and what did it solve? It didn't solve anything. All my here is always saying it, we are solution focused. We are focusing on solution. How do we three beautiful women have they've unlived themselves and you still want us to be talking about men? We should be talking about self-preservation as women. We should be talking about our mental health. How do we sustain ourselves? How do we preserve ourselves? If you are looking for a yard, please go somewhere else. Ejo. Ah, Adewale, welcome.
Good evening, Auntie B. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Jare.
Yeah. Please don't get upset at someone else's comments.
No,
It's not what.
I'm not getting upset at the comment. The thing I don't like is that these people, when they have a different perspective from me, they always say that whenever they take a different perspective than me, I don't like it. So you want your whatever you want to do to supersede my own. Who is the owner of the show? Shey wo only
Yeah,
show ni
sure,
abi emi mo ni show. So you
sure,
want your
sure.
own opinion to supersede my own, Kujo? La la la. No way. I'm not a pushover. You can't push me over. Adewale, welcome, Jare.
Yeah.
So
I just want to talk about the emotional aspect of rejection because it's a very very strong emotion because even for healthy human beings for the rest of our lives we're going to struggle with that emotion. I'm at the end of my master's program, so I'm around the time where I am applying for jobs, and initially I mentally prepared for rejections, but when it started coming, I was still struggling with it. Like in a split second, I'll just think about my whole entire life and forget the blessings I've had and what I've achieved.
hmm.
And it's normal. It's just part of being a human being. But when that emotion overtakes our lives, it becomes very, very dangerous, especially when it comes to relationships. Because like love, relationship, it's a very, very strong emotion and rejection is part of it. But in our society, we have this, I always say this, we have this weird thinking when it comes to relationship is always either I go on the high road or is either like it's all or nothing, and it shouldn't be that way. And I think it's because in our society, especially for our women, relationship marriage is seen as the set point for their life. It's seen as what defines them. So if you've always succeeded in so if you've always held something so high and you're not successful in that thing, you as human beings we tend to feel that we're nothing.
Mm-hmm.
If
You are
I
not
if
good
I'm being
enough.
we're not enough.
Like
So if I'm being
failure. You feel like a failure.
exactly if I'm being told right from when I'm a child that oh I need to get a husband, I need to be married, and then this man that I have held as my prize as my Oluworimi then
Mm.
rejects me. I mean, handling rejection alone it's a whole lot to deal with. Then handling rejection in that space, in that confinement of a relationship that you've held so high, it's very very dangerous. So I think the only like one of the ways we can deal with this is, I think we need to start educating everyone in our society that
Mm-hmm.
marriage is a part of our life. It can't
Hmm.
be everything. It's not everything.
Hmm.
One part of your life cannot be everything. Work
Mm-hmm.
cannot be your entire life. Marriage
Mm-hmm.
cannot be your entire life. As a
Mm-hmm.
human being, as a full functioning adult, you need to be balanced.
Hmm.
You need to have a space in your life for marriage. You need to have a space in your life for work. You need to have a space in your life for friendships. You need to have a space in your life where you just want to be alone and think about yourself and just be alone. There's that's what a balanced human being is. We will never find balance in our life as human beings, but we should always strive to get to that balance, because once we move away from it, we'll start going to the extreme, and that's very, like, it's always very, very dangerous. So I mean, I can't say this enough. I don't know. I always tell everyone I meet, especially Nigerians, I don't ask them when you're married, and whenever they start talking about it, I'm just saying, "Oh, what about school?" I don't tell them, "Oh, you shouldn't be thinking about marriage, or you shouldn't be, taking it too serious." Like, I just tell them, "Oh, what about this aspect of your life? What about that aspect of your life?"
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I do that, I always see this happiness in them, because they don't expect you to say that other part of their life.
Yeah,
So
because it's
they
only
move
one
away.
aspect that is important to us.
It's
It's the
important.
relationship
Exactly.
aspect, the marriage
Exactly.
aspect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe that's a way we can start, reducing this extreme pressure of, oh, you have to be married by 30,
Yeah.
you have
By
to be married
30.
by this time.
30. This 30. Chai.
No, no, like, when you get married, is not up to you. Like, marriage is not something that you can decide. It's something two people come together to do. And I don't
Exactly.
understand why in our society we always think it's like the woman that
It's
has
harder
to
for
call the
women,
husband.
Adewale. You are a man.
I know,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying.
it's
It's like,
harder for women because it's
it's
a
very
man that
hard. I
asks a
know.
woman to marry
Exactly.
them.
But
For
in our
women, what can you
society,
do? You hope
exactly. I mean,
and wish and pray and you do everything. If it
yeah,
doesn't work, it doesn't
it
work.
doesn't work. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's something that two people come together to decide, and the man has to propose. So if it doesn't happen, I don't know why in our society, our parents, our elders make the women feel like they're doing something wrong. They can't marry themselves. It's not possible. So asking them where is the husband is, it's a rhetorical question, because they can't go out to find the husband. The husband is supposed to find them. And that's how it works. I don't know about the other societies, but in our society, it's the men that you find the wife and you propose. So
No, the
why would you
pressure
be
for
asking
marriage in
them?
Nigeria is
Yeah.
is
So
is is not
it's a little bit
sustainable.
ish. It's not sustainable. It's a very
Mm.
unhealthy way of
It's
thinking
very
about
unhealthy. It
it.
is
It's
very
very, very
outrightly
unhealthy.
dangerous.
Very dangerous. Very, very,
Mm.
very, very dangerous. We don't
Mm.
focus on the relationship. Who's the guy you're marrying? Who's your boyfriend? What's happening in a relationship? Is everything good? You don't ask those questions. Is when are you getting married? When are you having kids? Those things are byproducts of a relationship. They're not the main
Mm.
thing. But we are in our society is the other way around. So, and one last thing I want to say is, like, your life is not your own. Your life belongs to your creator. So
Amen.
whatever reason, whatever thing you're going through, it's going to come. Like, as a human being, when rejection comes, we always struggle with it, but you always have to remember that there are people that rely on you. There are people who want to see you happy. You have family, you have friends.
Mm.
You can't put all that thing on just one person. Oh, this person doesn't want me, and that's the end all be all. No, that's not it. If this
Mm.
guy doesn't want you, another person, like,
A
there's
better
so
person
many
will want
people.
you. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
Hmm.
that's how I see relationships.
You are
If someone
right.
doesn't want me, there's someone else. That's how it is.
Mm. Thank
So
you.
yeah, that's what I
Appreciate
would
you,
say.
Adewale. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you for having me.
So young but so wise. Congratulations on almost completing your masters. Somebody on Instagram posted one time and said that they were dating this guy and he was playing around with her feelings basically and didn't want to commit. But today, that same person that was playing around with her, is married to somebody who is not even they are in fact they are the ones employing the whole of their family now. They are the ones that is the one that employing them now. So you never know. I mean, disappointments are part of life, but not everybody can deal with it, especially if you have underlying, issues with your mental health, you're suffering. And that's why we say, let's talk about coping. I chose that route because we come here, we talk about all these issues daily, but we need to preserve ourselves. How do we cope when these things happen? So just because I don't choose to bring, I don't know the man before. I said his neck is like snake. I don't know him. I don't care for him. As far as I'm concerned, he's not important. Honestly, at this very conversation we're having now, this man that broke Mary's heart and impregnated somebody else all the way in Malawi, and this Tayo that looks like esophagus, if not for with all the money he has, look at how he looks. It's not important. What is important is we, the receiver. How do we deal with this? How do we cope? How do we manage our emotions? That's what's important to me tonight. Maybe tomorrow we'll see another Mongo Park that will just go all out for. But for today, that's not important to me. You see what I mean? Temiti, you came back again.
Maybe I
You forgot to say something.
no. I think you've expatiated and you've explained again. So I just wanted to explain to other people to say that when Auntie B started the show tonight, she started with telling us that we should look at things that God has done, we should thank God and things like that. And I think we spent about the first 5 minutes thanking God.
7 minutes.
And yeah. So that was what we did. And then she went on to talk about the story of 3 women. And then the focus was, how do we deal with rejection? And you could see that most of us in the comment section, at some point, we didn't even know what to type because
Yes.
it was quite a burden to everybody. Because for me, it was like a realization to say, wow, if this thing ever happened, how would you deal with it? Do you understand? So, guys, that was the focus. So if anything came in between, those were just like, Jara, maybe people were commenting and Auntie B commented on that. Right. Another thing I wanted to say, so because I'm not an ass leaker, do you understand? So I don't always agree with everything Auntie B says, which is normal, which is fine.
It's
We are all
okay. I don't even
human
have
beings.
a
It's
problem with that.
okay.
I'm learning from you guys.
Exactly. And then the thing is that this is her platform. So if you come and then you can if you can just just keep mute. That's sometimes I don't comment, But you can't always agree with people 100% of the time. It's not possible. Even people that have got the same DNA clones,
I don't think
those
some
will never
people they still don't understand the kind of person that I am. If you want to come at me, don't attack me. That's the thing that it doesn't stay well with me. Those who understand me on this platform already know how to say, how to present something. Don't come and you are, hey, I don't even understand how this conversation
Auntie
is
B,
going.
do you know why you can't accept that? Do you know why? Now let me say, Auntie B is a social worker, and then sorry, is
Hello?
that
Go
can I
ahead,
continue?
MT.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So we in the line of our job, and if you have to, deal with people a lot, she uses a whole lot of critical thinking. She has to, she knows how she talks to those people, to the clients. She knows how to receive the information, and then she know how to react. So over time, if she has been dishing that out, and then you want to speak to her, and then you come out at her brush in that kind of way, she's not used to that because she doesn't dish that out to people. So you can't expect her to just accept you when you bounce off like that. No. Right? So please, it's okay that people would not agree. This is her platform. We cannot agree with her 100% of the time. Now, for other people that I was trying to explain, the critical thinking is very important, meaning that you can have 3 or 4 issues, right? And then you want to shine light on one of the 4 issues. It doesn't mean that you are saying the other 3 are wrong. And that's the
There
problem
are
with
so many
African
angles that we
thinking.
can cover at MT.
Yeah,
These stories, we're talking about 3 human beings. We can't cover
exactly.
everything. I just chose those 2 areas because there are too many. If we want to talk about cheating and how
Oh,
unacceptable,
Abba, we
uh,
fit catch cruise for that one
we
now.
not go
That one
live
a
here
cruise
today. Oh.
level.
We will not.
Exactly. We can catch cruise with that, which is okay. Most times we do that too because we need to strike a balance. But tonight we're talking about how do we cope with rejection, and then we're talking about baby blues, postnatal, all of that. I even had to come on the board. So guys, please let's understand what's happening. And I think I was really surprised at and F's comment. Maybe she didn't start the program, when she was saying she was shocked. No one, I was really surprised. I don't know what happened. Maybe she mistyped or something. I don't really know because because the problem wasn't even about we're not catching cruise, we're
And
talking
some
about real
silent
life.
people are coming now. People who are
Yeah.
usually silent, like New Dawn, Nancy, Auntie B. I watch in silent. I watch silently. Really. But today, I will say this. Please, sometimes we know it's your show, but you vex too much. Me, I vex too much, eh?
No,
Okay.
and DB, the thing is that
Please
the
try to
fact
avoid it for high blood pressure.
no no
Yeah,
no no
like
no
you need high blood
and
pressure.
DB
You come on
enjoy
high
Emma
blood pressure.
Yeah, Emma sort of age Emma go on that person's level. But let's
And you
guys
know, man, high blood pressure. Maybe it's those platforms that you go that they curse you out that you
and
prefer. Me, I
DB
don't curse you here.
enjoy
I pray
enjoy
for you. But you
enjoy
come here now, you never talk, but you come here today now to come and talk about blood pressure. It's your whole family that will have blood pressure, not
and
me.
DB enjoy please enjoy. Sorry, Ejo, please, can you just disregard that person's comment, Ejo? Do you understand?
How do you
So,
come and say, I never comment today, but I come here today now to come and see you
yeah,
say you
Auntie
have
B,
blood pressure?
Auntie B, you should understand something that, you know, like the way we were trained back
Maybe
in
it's the way
Africa, we
Daddy
were
Freeze
not,
used to swear for
uh,
them. Yeah? That is the one you could like.
Auntie B, we should look at where we're coming from, really. Most of us even had to learn.
No, these people
We
don't
don't
like
have
these things because
communication
I usually pray for my
skills.
subscribers. I appreciate you so much. I always, but some people just like to come for me. Me, I'm ready for you tonight. Come for me again.
Auntie B,
My shake
Ejo,
pay for you.
it's almost a 10, Ejo. Emma Shebe, Chetigo. Please don't go on that level, please. I do beg.
How
I
do
beg
you
on
come
your
and say I
behalf,
never
please.
comment? But today I'm coming today now because
Kò ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ normally náà ni ò ṣe ń
yeah,
comment
like
now.
I need blood pressure. Me come
Enjoy,
my blood
enjoy, enjoy,
pressure.
enjoy.
I'm
Please,
always playing. We're always catching people like by me. I'm not even like trying to please everybody. I can't even please some of
you
you.
can't,
How
you
can
can't.
I? All
Auntie B,
because I did not yap Mongo Park today. Now this is my
Auntie
offense.
B, please let me just say something. Ejo, please, can you just forget that person, that caller, because I'm worried about her. That person, and that's why I was surprised when people were going at her. She's not blaming her ex, blah blah. I'm like, can't you hear the voice? That woman was crying for help, Auntie B.
Which color?
That person now, Auntie Nena.
Let me
Yeah.
talk about that one.
Ah,
I will talk to you
I
about
don't
that
know
one.
why people are not looking at her that, and then they're saying, "Oh, she should have." I said, "Is this she ain't got that Lily? Someone is sounding like that. You are on about her. She's not blaming the blah blah blah." The matter don't pass that level. Oh.
It's difficult to have conversation with faceless people. Honestly, it's very, very difficult because sometimes when we see each other, then I will determine whether we answer or not. Because it's not everybody that you answer to.
It's true.
It's not pride, it's not arrogance, it's not anything. But it's not everybody that deserves your response. But because it's always faceless people and they come in the comment section, some of them they are so young that you can
Man
even
of
be their
prestige.
mother. But because of internet, they now come and
Auntie,
they talk
Auntie,
to you
sorry.
and say things.
Allah is saying, why am I whispering? I don't want to wake my voice. Stay upstairs.
Allah has been yabbing you in the comment section. I didn't want to answer him.
What
He
is
was
he
saying
saying?
that
Nothing,
you don't
nothing
disagree with
go ahead.
Auntie B, but it's me you disagree with. Ola, ṣọ́ra ẹ o, má jẹ́ n kọjú sí ẹ, tí bá kọjú sí ẹ lálẹ́ yìí, wàá gbà. All the sisters are coming for me now that I'm not blaming men. They say I'm not throwing Mongo Park under the bus. Joe. We cannot please the world. What do you want me to do? I said, my son called me and said, Mom,
Mm,
why are you always
mm,
talking about men?
mm, mm, mm.
Do you know, that is a moment of reflection for me as a
Yeah,
mother.
yeah, yeah. It's a moment of reflection. I know some people might not know. Please, if you don't know how to deal with critical thinking, how to deal with several issues, please, we need to learn interpersonal skills, communication skills, to understand that the fact that someone is quiet about something doesn't mean that that person is not probably disagrees with that, but the person has chosen to shine light on a part of it, which at that point in time was the most important thing. Tomorrow, that might not be the most important. Do we get it? It's not hard, please. Joe, please, guys. And Tibi, I
Thank
just
you,
wanted to come and chip in.
Thank you.
And
Charity.
please,
I
don't
appreciate
curse
you.
anybody.
You got twice
You
today.
like you.
Me.
Emma
Okay.
shake Emma shake
So ó dàbí pé àwọn tó ń ṣépè fún ẹ gan
Emma
ó
shake
bẹ́tà fún wọn
good.
àwọn yẹn náà bẹ́tà èmi tí máa ń bẹ̀ wọ́n tí máa ń gbàdúrà fún wọn wọn ò
Emma
láìkì yẹn
gbàdúrà
ẹni tó dákẹ́ tí ò lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ wa máa sọ mí kẹ́ I'm always quiet but today I actually kind of advise you about your blow.
Ètò kò ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ náà tẹ́lẹ̀ ni when we've had very
Kó gbẹnu ẹ̀ dání tá ló béèrè
lovely
ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀
discussions.
tó bá lọ́rọ̀
She's
sọ òun dẹ̀ gbẹnu
yeah,
ẹ̀ dání
we're
tá ló béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
where everyone has contributed, immensely into you didn't contribute. But now when it comes to violence, no one's also enjoy. Ariwo Jani Eshetibo. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Temiti. I appreciate you. Uzo, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you, my darling? This one
Very
that
well,
you called
Auntie
in
B.
today.
Auntie B,
Ha,
you did not ask after
where
me. I'm
have
not
you
happy with
been?
you. I'm not happy with you, but we'll talk
I'm
about it
sorry.
later.
I'm so
We'll talk
sorry. I'm
about that
sorry. I can
later. You did not
apologize to
ask.
someone like you now.
You did not.
Honestly, I'm
It's not.
sorry. I'm
Auntie
sorry.
B, I
I'm
have you
sorry.
in
Please
mind, and
don't be
I'm not happy
offended.
with you. But I'm
I'm
going to send
sorry.
you a message, and we'll trash that out privately. It's not for Obodo
And let me
fam.
apologize publicly now. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry. It's just that.
I
It's just
forgive
that.
you.
It's all these things, Uzo, you don't understand. It's
I
overwhelming.
understand.
It's
I
not.
know. I
It's me that
know.
sit on this chair every day
Every
and I'm talking
day,
about
I
all these things.
know to do
People
this
don't seem to
thing.
understand how
Mm-hmm.
impact these things have on
Yes,
me.
and you're left with the burden of all these
It's
stories.
a lot of burden for
Mm-hmm.
me. Honestly, it's just God that is helping me. So sometimes I let it go, I let it slide. But other
Yeah,
times, when people come at me like that, when I pick it up like that, I want to fire back like, Kilo day, take it
yeah.
easy now. It's not easy. I
It's
sit
not
down here hours. People go
giving
in
your
and
time
come
and
out. They go in, they
everything.
come out.
Yeah,
Like you now, I haven't seen you for like a couple of weeks now. And I
yeah,
understand that you need to take a break from, some of this online. Some people take social media breaks,
yeah.
but I'm sitting down here every day. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
I've been
saying that you
catching
must
up.
always support me.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that you must always agree with me.
yeah.
Especially
That's
if you have
exactly what I
never called
wanted
the
to
show.
say.
Don't call in now
Yeah,
to
that's
come
what I
and say
wanted to
something negative.
say.
Who the hell are you?
That's what I wanted to say. I call the show often, right? And sometimes I don't agree with Auntie B. And I keep it respectful. And I also sometimes I even feel bad, like people that I feel like, okay, when if even if you don't agree with Auntie B, sometimes just don't be rude or
Yeah, man said,
condescending. Just suck it up
he
and
said my apologies accepted on behalf of Uzo. People like you, Indiama, that I know you. Now, we have our regular people here who call in. I'm not a proud person. Honestly, when I'm wrong, I
Yes,
say
you
I'm sorry.
accept.
Like Uzo
Yes,
is saying, Auntie B, I have issue with you. I've not even heard what she's the issue, but I'm already apologizing. You
yeah.
understand? I
Guys,
have no
please let's not
problem with
do
that.
that.
I'm
Let's not
sorry.
do that, please.
But please,
Please,
please, if you
let's
want to
keep it
host the show, come
respectful.
and host the show so that you will see what it means to sit down here for 3 hours. You are looking at the comment section, you are taking people, you are listening to people trying to have a conversation, and you are also responding.
And
Let me
people are
see if you
even
can do it.
unburdening on you and you are taking it all
Can you
in.
do it?
It's not easy. It's not easy. Me, sometimes I stay on the show and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I can't continue. And I just log out. I'm like, no, 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 I can't continue to listen to this because it's heavy. So many heavy stuff happen and people use this platform to onboarding, and it's a lot on Auntie B, and she's doing all this for free. She's like giving free therapy for free. I want to just say, Obodo Farm, if you do not agree with Auntie B, like so many times I don't agree, not so many times, oftentimes I don't agree with some of the things she says or how she views things, but I keep it moving. I keep it moving, and I'm like, okay,
You
we
say
can all
venting is
agree and
important.
disagree.
Auntie B, please speak your mind. Okay, thank you. People like you are more tolerable to lose that rate. God bless you. Okay, let's take that as vent.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And to be it's okay. Okay, I wanted to share something, and I wanted to share something. I have a story that's very similar to this. The Malawi girl story. This
Mhm.
this happened to me in 2011. Yes, this was when I experienced this. And I remember when I met my husband, and he was like, "Oh, how many relationships have you been? Who broke your heart?" This was the only person that I told him that broke my heart. That what other relationships I beg. Everybody just, it wasn't working. We moved on and all that. But this was one story I told him that broke my that this is the only relationship that's ever broken my heart. And what happened to her happened to me. I was dating this guy, and we worked in the same organization, but not in the same. Okay, I worked in Ikeja, he worked in head office, right? But people knew us together. And to be before I joined this organization, I worked for a Lagos, one of the Lagos states, whatever, right? And before I started working there, I'd worked in Oceanic Bank. I'm just going to give you a breakdown of things. I worked in Oceanic Bank, and we shared the same building with this Lagos state, whatever, right? So when Oceanic Bank had closed, the chairman of that place had said to me, because I was an account officer there, I said, okay, Oceanic Bank is over, bring your resume, come and work here. And that was how I started working. Then, of course, people had known me from Oceanic Bank, but Auntie B, I was a young girl. My mom had told me that, you can't be with married men, you used to single boys. So all these men had, toasted me. You know how Lagos State Parastatals are. And I was like, no, 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 I want a young boy. So when I started dating this boy, people, they knew, they're like, oh, this yellow, beautiful girl, she has finally gone for this guy and everything, right? And then we're dating. I'm all of a sudden he started acting strange, acting strange. One morning I just woke up on a Sunday. I went to his place, he wasn't at home. I kept calling him and banging on the door. He suddenly says, "Okay, I'm not home. I'm coming home." And I'm like, "Where did you go to?" He was talking cock and bull story, but asking me why I just came to his house early in the morning and all that. Anyways, I sha carried my bag and baggage and I went back to my house. I sha cried, right? Then later on, he said, okay, he wanted to see me. And that's how he tells me that he's getting married, that someone is pregnant for him, and he was marrying the person. And to be,
Hey,
my heart
Chineke.
was broken.
Hi.
I wept, I wept, I wept. Like my mom knew something was wrong. My mom didn't like this boy, right? He used to come to our house every Sunday and eat Sunday rice. But my mom did not even mind. She's like, okay, that's fine, you know. When she would go to America, she would buy things for her boyfriends because my parents always said, bring your boyfriends home. I don't want sneaking. Bring your girlfriends home. So if my mom would go to America, she'd buy stuff for him. This time around, she had gone to America, she had bought stuff for him, right? And I didn't give it to him because something was telling me that something was wrong. So he had come to the house and seen my mom like, oh, mom, you're back. I said, yes. Oh, didn't you see what I bought for you? I didn't even get a thank you from me. I was like, oh, she didn't say anything. He now was not like, oh, he didn't say anything, right? So imagine this to me, but he wanted to take the things that my mom had bought from America for him. Meanwhile, he was going to be getting married to someone, right? Anyways, if finally tells me that someone is pregnant for him, is getting married and all that stuff. And to be,
Hey.
I was broken. We were saying, how do we cope? And to be, I took it to God in prayers.
Hmm.
Now, one of the things he told me was because I had refused to sleep with him. I was saying until we got married before I
Ah.
was, and that's why he had to go out to get it and all that. So that was, and now he was telling it to people in that organization that knew me. So everybody knew that I was a. Do you understand? So just imagine the humiliation. You're getting married. You're saying all
Hmm.
that nonsense.
Hmm.
All this and sometimes I've had to go to head office. I'll see some of these top organs and they'll be like, oh, we had so and so is getting married. When I told you to come and be with me, I'm married, but I would have taken care of you. And you already know I won't have done this nonsense to you. Do you understand? And to be, just imagine the humiliation. And to be, I'm going to send you a picture of how I looked later on. I'll send to you on Instagram. And Tibia was devastated. I turned my
Hmm.
phone to fasting and prayer. And Tibia, I fasted, I prayed, I cried, I wept. I had a friend who was friends. I had a friend whose boyfriend was friends with him, and she knew. So when he finally told me and I told her, she told me she knew. And that's why, I always feel the pain of when people's friends know that maybe their boyfriends or husbands are cheating and they just keep short, like, oh, I don't want to get involved. I was like, all this while you knew. And she was looking at me, so and so told me not to get involved. Anyways, I just let it go. I'd lost so much weight. My friends had told me, come and do aviation. And that's how I got into Dana. Anyways, I sharp moved on with my life. I'd got into Dana. And that's how one day his friends were calling me out. I just finished the flight. They were like, Uzo, where are you? And I was like, I'm at the airport. They were like, okay, we're going to come and meet you there. I said, no, I'm heading home now. But you know what? Let's meet at Allen. I was like, something must be going on, right? So we met at Allen and we met at Mr. Big. So his friends came to meet me and said, like, oh, what let's call him Bio. Was like, of course, it was a Yoruba demon. He was like, what Bio did to you? I know it was painful. Are you over it? And I said, well, how many? It has passed. I've moved on, like, and all that. And they were like, okay, something bad things have been happening to him. And I'm like, I don't understand. That's how they told me, like, oh, he just got married, and 2 weeks later, fire burnt him like 50% of his body. Right now, as we're speaking,
Hey.
yeah,
Jesus.
they said right now, as we're speaking, he's in the hospital, and
The
everybody thinks
guy.
that yes, the guy, and
The
everybody thinks
same guy.
the same guy, and to be, and everybody thinks that
He.
has something to do with you, like your head is strong or something. I was like, well, I've actually been praying to God to deal with him, and that's part of why I've lost so much weight because I've been fasting a lot. Like I hardly eat. I eat once a
You
day.
you pray
You
to
know,
God to deal with him.
yes, I did. And to be, I was fasting. I was fasting every day.
Be
I was
careful with it.
fasting
Be
every
careful
day.
with the
I was
one that takes your
praying.
matter to God, though.
I was
Hmm.
feeling, and how I said that's how I was dealing with it. I was so pained.
Hmm.
And I said, yes, I've been fasting and praying, and maybe that's why all these things. So they began to tell me things that
Jesus.
were happening to him and all that. Asked me if I was going to go to the hospital. I was like, go to the hospital for what? That he'll be fine. Anyways, finally, after like 2 months, he was discharged. He reached out to me, told me he was sorry and everything. I told him that well, it's happened.
It's
Let's
in the
move on.
past.
Yes. Anyways, some years later, I came to Canada and everything. And on Facebook, I just opened up my Facebook Messenger one day, and he had sent me messages. Sent me message. No, his friend had told me. I had a friend who was still mutual friends on Instagram that said, "Oh, have you heard from Bio? He's been trying to reach you because he's asked me if I had your contact." You know. And then I looked in Facebook and saw that he had actually been sending messages. And then I responded to his message. I said, "Hi, I can see that you've been sending me messages for months." And he told me that, well, he just wanted to let me know that the first marriage did not work.
Who
and
cares?
he thinks that it has
What's
to
your
do with he
business?
has. Yo, he told me that he thinks it has also has to do with me because he's gone to some prayer houses and they've told him that there's someone that took his case to God, that it was the
Hey,
person did not go like the person went to God, like spiritually to God, and that's part of the reasons why the first marriage did not work. I was like, well, I don't know where you went to, but I did take your matter to God, but I mean, I've moved over. I'm over all that. So he was telling me that he was getting married again. He wanted the second marriage to work. He was sorry. He was asking me what he could do. That could he buy maybe a ticket for me to come to
was it
Nigeria?
was it
Let
was
him.
it still okay physically, or
And he
how
has
did
all
it?
the burn scars, like he has the burn scars on his hands, on his face. Do you understand? It's all there, you know? And
Hmm.
yeah. And I remember one friend of mine, because she saw my pain. She listens to this show very well, and I'm sure she's going to buzz me. She told me something. She said, "So he used to come to your house every day to eat Sunday rice. She used to put salt in your rice." I said, "I'm not the one that usually cooks the meals, but yes, my mom and her helps. They cook the food, and she's one that eats. And of course, they put salt. And she used to tell me, salt is the sweetness of life. If he could do you like this, you'll be taking gifts from your mom whenever she goes to America and comes back. And he'll come to your house every Sunday and
He
everything,
was
and she'll
coming to
give
your
it to
house
you."
already. This
And he,
guy.
he comes to my house every Sunday. That's why I couldn't believe he could do such a thing. It was like a
Hey,
dream. Every Sunday, he's always in my house. That's why he eats his Sunday rice. You don't
that's why it's
understand,
not
Auntie
good.
B.
Like, that's why, brothers, you should be careful. People generally, women, be careful the people you offend. It's not everybody you can offend and get away. Because even if they don't do anything, their spirit will fight.
So she
Eh?
was like, "Oh, salt is the sweetness of life. And you put salt in the food. Don't worry. That salt will fight for you." And I just took it like, "Whoa, you started." And she was like, Don't worry. Dry your tears." Part of the reason was why, I was quick to leave that organization. I moved on to a new company where nobody knew me and everything. Yeah, he was like, "What can I do? What can I do to make it up?" I said, "There's
Too
nothing you
late.
can do. Like, it's past. I've moved on. I hope your second marriage
What
works
about the woman
and
that
everything."
he got pregnant? Did she not have the baby?
Oh, she had a baby. She had a baby girl. So I had to ask him. I was like, "Okay, so what happened with the marriage and everything?" And he was like, "Oh, it wasn't working." I said, "No." He said, "Irreconcilable difference." I was like, "Oh, please,
Mhm.
cut that
Long
crap.
story.
Since you decided to reach out to me, you must tell me what happened." And then he tells me that he was cheating, and she found out. She began to cheat too. He found out, and he beat her up, and that was how she left. I was like, "Wow." I was like, "Okay."
Hmm. God
So
saved you.
yeah, Auntie B. So when I look back, when you said we should count our blessings, as in I always say it like the other Auntie Nana was saying, like, "Oh, don't say your husband, your husband, your husband." But Auntie B, God has seen my pain. God saw like the things I went through. And that's why when he was going to give me a man to marry, he gave me someone that is kind. Do you understand? He gave me a kind man, a man that would my mommy would say, my husband carries me like egg. Do you understand? And to be God just wiped away my tears of bad relationships, especially that one. As I'm even saying it, it's still hot.
I know. I can imagine. But you forgiving him, right?
I've forgiven him. It's 11 years now, 2011. This is 2022. But when I think about it and I think of this Malawi girl, if my parents were not affirming me, my sister, she held me so close. She
Mm-hmm.
would always check on me. She would pray for me and everything. And she even sent me a message that I heard what you did, though. Well done. I
Coming
couldn't
to
tell
eat
my
your Sunday
mom.
rice. After eating Sunday
Yeah,
rice, you
I
can go
couldn't
and
tell my
hold
mom
a
what
love.
happened because
You
she
can
didn't
go and
like
beat somebody.
him.
Aye, Chineke.
My mom will always tell me, "Uzo, what an old person sees sitting down, a young person can never see, no matter how high they climb." And I'll be like, "Mom, you just don't like him. He's not really that bad and
Oh,
everything."
your
So I
mom
couldn't
didn't
tell her.
approve.
Yeah, she didn't like him,
Mm.
but she was like, "Okay, that's what you want to do. He comes to the house, this, just be careful, And to be, I was hurting. I lost
Hmm.
so much. I lost like 15 kg in a month.
Hey,
And to be, I was the
yeah.
shadow of
Because you thought
myself.
that was your bus stop that you found a husband.
And to be, this love,
Somebody that is coming to eat Sunday rice in your
and to
house.
be, even in the morning before he goes to his office, he'll come to my office, he will bring breakfast. And to be, if they're selling makeup in the office, he will buy. When someone is doing wedding, he will buy their show. We should do and co. And to be, so do you know how it is where a man will buy clothes, you people will sew.
You
And
wear
to
it
be,
together.
Yoruba demons, they are real low. And these boys, they know how to give you a good time. They will
Hmm.
not be like this. I used to say that they were only good for relationship. They're not good for marriage. And to be, it was so
Hmm.
bad.
Wow. Wow. Thank you
I
so
almost, I
much.
almost, I
Hmm.
almost, I almost spy myself, just like this Malawi girl. But then I was thinking that if
Hmm.
I do such a thing, 10,000 men will pass will climb on my grave. They will spit at itself because of what? My parents were just holding me close. My mom knew that something was wrong, but my sister could not show my mom because she knows I didn't want my mom to know that, oh, this was what now happened. But my mom, every night she would come to my bed, she will hold me, she will talk, I will cry, 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 cry. I almost died that today.
Bele. You see, the lesson I'm getting from your story, Uzo, is that with every disappointment, there is a blessing waiting to happen. And these are the lessons that we learn from it. When that Yoruba demon served you breakfast, you thought that was the end of the world. Look at him now. He
Breakfast.
impregnated somebody else, and he was still cheating on the person that he married with everything. So you would have married the one that would have been a perpetual cheat. And I don't think he would have changed. He would
He
have
would
never
not,
changed.
not at all.
That's who he is. Even as he's apologizing to you, I mean, if you were gullible enough to take him back, he would have still. That's his lifestyle, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Uzo, for sharing with us. I appreciate you. I hope you're forgiving me.
Auntie B, you're my lover, forgiving you.
Thank you, my darling. Please kiss your baby for me and your husband. Okay. I hope the
Okay,
egusi
baby,
soup, you
here.
are cooking it properly and
In
making it
fact,
very
Auntie B,
nice.
I have onubu, I have vegetable, I have
Good
okra.
girl. Good girl. Well done, my darling. I
Well
trust
done.
you. Thank
Yes.
you, my darling.
Okay,
Thanks for
Auntie.
sharing with us, Uzo.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, darling. Uzo, she doesn't play. She's so serious. Auntie B, I have issue with you. I like Uzo. I love Uzo. Not like I love Uzo. Uzo doesn't play. She just come into the studio and say, Auntie B, I have issue with you. I have issue with you. I quickly apologize. You don't want to start trouble. Fear catch me and say, this one that Uzo is angry with me. Let me quickly apologize. I even prefer it if you come into the studio and tell me that, okay, oh, this is the way. Oh, why don't you look at it this way? I'm okay with that. But I will sit down here. It's me that is imbibing all this plenty story, negative story every day. You still come here and be judging me. Don't judge me, oh. Only God can judge me. Joe. I'm doing this for humanity. And I know a lot of you, but if I appreciate this. I always love and appreciate you. You know that. I pray. And literally I look around, I watch YouTube videos and I don't see people that pray for their subscribers the way I pray for you guys. I love you guys genuinely, you know. So all the ones that don't talk, if you are silent now, you know the way they say it on the day of wedding. Once you are silent, be permanently silent. Don't say anything. Don't want to hear anything. Okay, Jen, you are next. Let's go quickly. We've done almost 3 hours. I've got work tomorrow. Unmute yourself, Jen. Opinionated Jen. Hi. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm hearing you. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't think you're hearing me, so I'm just going to allow you while I take other people very quickly. Quincy, I'm my corner in the studio. Peter Obi's on my corner in the studio. Quincy, welcome.
Hi, hi, Auntie B.
Hello, sweetheart.
Good evening. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you so much that we have somebody in this time that is actually after talking about women building on healthy self-esteem for themselves and how we could actually support people around us that are going through tough times or going through one thing or the other. Um, like a lot of the callers have called to share their story. I think if out of 10 women, if you make take a statistic out of 10 women, maybe seven, if I'm being too fair, would have something, one sad story to share about their experience in relationship and as pertaining to breakup. And as one caller said that some people really talk about how people should end the relationship. We start talking about how to end things. It will help maybe to have this situation not occur. One
Yeah.
thing I want to say is that I have my own experience, and sometimes people don't reason when they want to do something. They just act on impulse. And some
Yeah.
of us are not so strong like every other person, you know. Somebody A
Absolutely.
can be really strong and to take things, and some people are not wired that way, and that's who they are. So I had this experience, a personal experience, where I had traveled. That was back in Nigeria. I traveled from Abuja, and I was in a relationship with someone. We had even met the family at that time. So I traveled from Abuja back to see my parents at home. And all the way we talked where I was in the airport, everything. I landed. We were like, oh, I'm just waiting for my dad to pick me up. And we're like, okay, when you get home, let me know. And I got home. Then kept calling to say, oh, I'm home. For 1 week, he didn't take my call. 1 week. I will call, I will text. I'm like, what happened? Like, there was no issue, there's no quarrel, there was nothing that happened. The last conversation was get home and call me, let me know when you're home. And for 1 week, my call was not taken. And I was like, what is going on? And that time, I was really young, pretty young then. I was just 7. I think I was 23. And then, it's at that time. So I wondered, I said, what was going on? But I kept calling and calling. Then I get a test that, you know what, he went for introduction in Lagos to get married to someone else
Someone else. Why
by
dating
a
you?
text message. And the kind of family I was from, I couldn't even open up because my parents are not the kind of people that push you, that they never bothered us about marriage. They never pressured us about marriage. And in fact, to my dad, that was even too early. You know, talking about marriage to him was even too early at that time. So he was just waiting to say, okay, let me see where this is going to end or where it's leading to. You know, ask all those questions. Are you sure? You know, he tried to do all those stuff. But so because of the kind of family I come from, it was a hard time. My friends were there for me. It was a very hard time to just get that text message, and I needed closure. You know, when you just get that kind of text message, and then you try to call the person, they are not picking up from you. They are not taking any calls from you, and then I left that. That was what I got from that person. And later on, I think that relationship didn't work out.
With who?
The,
With him and the new person.
yes, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. The lady got pregnant for someone else and had twins. And then he came back. I'm like,
Yeah.
to who? Exactly to who? I was quite young at that time. So I decided, as a person, that I decided to like take my own pound of flesh. You know how I was like, okay, you wanted me back. I never went back to him. But you know how you say, okay, I'm going to show you, give you a little bit taste of your own medicine. I wouldn't have done that if I, thinking about it back, it was like, it's a total waste of my time. I shouldn't have done that. But being young at that time, I
Yeah.
felt like, okay, let me show this person a little bit of how it feels to be treated that way. And I went
Yeah.
that route, all that to like give you a taste of your medicine, try to, oh, okay, you want to come back and do all that. But, you know, after many years again, you know, this person kept saying, okay, you were still trying to talk to me like you wanted me back. And even though I wasn't giving in and I've moved on, just living my life, but you talk to me, send messages, you want me back. And then he went back again because that thing was that I can't even talk about what I went through the season, the first time it happened.
Did you take him
It
back?
was, I didn't take him back. It was God. But even in the process while he was still begging, I found out he got someone else pregnant again.
Roberto.
Yes. So he still got someone pregnant, and I found out. And then again, the marriage didn't work out
For the
because
second time.
the second time, the lady is AS, he is AS too. So because of that, the lady says she can't get married to him. Her parents did not agree to that marriage. So, but she got pregnant for him and he wanted to marry her, but it didn't work out. Until today, as I speak, He's almost in his late 40s. He's still not married. He's still not married. He's been like from one. So I sit down and I like, thank God. And then I woke up after like 10, is it 7 years later? And I get a message. I'm like, one day saying something like similar to what Uzo said, you know, I need to
Went to a prayer
apologize to
house.
you. I need to apologize to you.
It's
I
their
really hurt
conscience.
you.
Conscience,
You
ni
know,
kitty conscience.
this kind of things that I really hurt you. My father had told me that I needed from the beginning that because his dad was really, I've never like met a man like his dad, because I feel he was spoiled. He was the family he was from. Sometimes some people, it's not their family, it's just their own personal
It's their
attitude or character.
personality. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the kind of family he was from, because I met the family, he was like the only son. The sisters were really nice. They would like say things, they're sure that I need to stand up sometimes to him because I was really young. He was
And
older. I'll just keep
sometimes those
quiet.
people can be nice to you. Behind you, they are not like that.
I would really say that the mom too was nice, and the dad would take his pension and send me money then. The dad used to give me money. Yes, his father,
Wow.
he's late now. The dad used to give me money, and mom would send me food stuff and all those stuff. But it was just him. So he sent all those messages. I'm like, I don't have anything with you. I've moved on. Like, I'm married now. I don't even know anything. Like, I can't even remember. I just thank God for those seasons in my life, because it would have been like the worst mistake of my life, because I can't deal with this kind of thing. Because someone like me, cheating is a deal breaker for me. I am
Yeah.
done. I just walk out of the door. I don't even take it. I don't even think about it twice. So if I find out, we are done. That is
So he's been
just
in
who we are.
several marriages that didn't work. Now that you are
Yeah,
secured and you are married and happy, he wants to come and start apologizing.
yes. After how many years? And so a lot of women have been like in one situation like this or the other. I feel, and some people cannot really take it. And if we begin to like talk about this support system, I'll say, like, personally, my own is that if you have any people that try to make marriage look like is a pie or a do or pie affair, I'll put it like that, you should not keep those kind of people. Personally, I detoxify my life with people like.
Okay. Thank you so much, Quincy. I really appreciate your testimony. Similar to Uzo. What are we learning tonight from all this? You see how the story has nicely shifted from, talking about coping with breakups and how people have dealt with it, mental health, and now people sharing. Uni say, I love this testimony. We need a show about successful healing, finding love after heartbreak. It might encourage those thinking they will never get through that. That's what we're having now. People are sharing. Do you know how many people have shared, stories about how God healed them and saved them from even relationship that they thought is either this or never. So this is the show we're having now, Uni. We are really having it now. And that's why whatever conversation we are having, like Timothy said, sometimes there are so many facets to a story that you can't even dwell. You see, all these ladies, we can take their story from Mary to Doyin to Adetutu and do the show one by one. And we will still have so much to talk about. So much. There are several angles to it. But you know what? The where I am now, the way I'm thinking now is like, women, you need to save yourself. You need to save yourself because you cannot control what people will do to you. You cannot, but you can control how you will manage your own mental and emotional well-being. So they serve you breakfast. What are you gonna do about it? So these stories are really helping other people to learn that, those people that are serving you breakfast that you thought, oh, this is the end of the world. Actually, it's God that is saving you because He has something better in stock for you. So Quincy, you were saying in summary, because I need to move on very quickly. We've done 3 hours.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm saying in summary is that you stay away from people that make you feel that it is the end of the world. That it's, if you're in, you're in. Because I recently started talking to like very close friends that have that kind of mindset because they are married and they feel like this is it. You know, we are in now, we are in. So you have to just find a way, you know. I don't associate with people like that because people like that might make you feel like something is wrong with you when you actually have problems and when you start dealing with this situation, and you will not be able to come out to speak about it. So because of my personality, I have a friend that was dealing with something like that for 3 years, and she never opened up what was going on in her home. And we were so close. It was thinking back, I started noticing she used to make some little sentence like, you know, now, uh, this one they transferred him as far from another to another city. I'm not really happy. Apparently, he was cheating. He was doing all sorts. And that was why I'm like, why are you bothered about that? You know, so you guys make a plan to see each other since it's a short time, but because of there was no trust, she had no peace. Whenever she travels for work, he bring women into the house. He would do different kind of things, and then the mom would blame her and tell her that it's a woman's duty to keep the home. It's a woman's job to do this. And you know, people like that, she took it for 3 years. She almost lose herself. And this woman is a top HR manager. She's doing well for herself. She's well educated. She even has the money in the home. She's the one paying and footing all the bills, and she was gradually losing herself. The day it happened once, and she called me and said, I was coming to your house. I'm like, what is happening? That was still while I was in Nigeria. It was really late, and I told my husband that my friend is coming. He was like, why this late? I was like, okay. Immediately she came, he went into the room, and I had her. She broke down and told me everything that I did. Like, how? I can't even imagine that you've been dealing with something like this. And I called her parents immediately. I called her sister, and the sister said, hold her, please. Keep an eye on her. Don't just leave anywhere. Made sure I told my husband in the other room. I slept on the same bed with her. We were checking. I was checking on her per
Oh,
second,
you're a good
per
friend.
minute. I was all through the night, and through that season, her mom kept calling every day saying, please don't let your eyes. I am coming. She came down because it was too much, and the family. I thank God for the kind of parents and family she had.
Family she
That
comes
was like
from.
the
Yeah, they
the
had
end.
her.
Yes, that's like they were like, you know what? You are my first daughter. Yes, I know it's good to be married, but this one, you deserve more than this. That's the end. And that was how she walked away. And his family today doesn't believe that she actually walked away because they refused to come and take the bride price. I know the new law in the land, you can take it to the customary court. The father went to drop it off at the
Amen.
customary court and said, no, 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 not my child. Not my child. She can't
Wow.
do this. And
Wow.
that was how we all kept, I would call her, we would hold and be praying, tell her those words and keep reminding her, you have everything it takes. You have your education. You don't even if God says this is what will happen in the next few years, you meet someone that you deserve, it's not. It doesn't make you less of a human being. And I
It's
thank
not the
God
end of the
that
world.
she actually, yeah, she held on to that. And trust me, I don't know what organization in the time she's been married, she was focused because of those she walked away. In fact, she got an expatriate job and left, and even moved away from
Wow.
the country. So that helped
Amen.
her. Even if you see her
Amen. Thank
now,
Lord.
you can't even believe she has gone through something like that. And now they've been trying to delay the process for her to get to be free from, they don't want to shop in court, they don't want to do anything. So trying to delay the process. Mama, just because I don't think they believe what they got at the end of this, because the mom keeps supporting and keep blaming her. Everything is her fault for telling her daughter is suffering her own marriage and she should endure. Thank God that she was really strong and she never went back. Because I kept telling her, you don't do this on your own. Listen to what God says. I'm not a pastor. I won't pray for you. Don't go to anybody. Go to God on your knees and telling him, what do you say in this situation? Show up for me in this situation. What should I do? You will get answers. And she did get her answers. And she has peace. And she's moved on. Every time she'll keep telling me that you're my support system in this life. I don't know what I would do. I'm like, that is why we are here, to support each other in times of pain. We can't just be friends and then you can't tell me. She was like, one of the things she opened up, why one of the reasons why she opened up, because I had this mindset that I have this mindset, it must not, because of marriage is not the end of anybody's life. It's not. So I must not be married to be a person. I can do what I should be able to do anything I want to do, married or not, you know. And when I started my master's, then single, my aunties would say, why are you taking up a master's? You need to be married. You finish school, now you want to do a master's and you're not married, this and that. And then I told my dad that this is what your sister said to me. My dad called her and gave her the final warning in my life.
I love your dad.
Never ever talk to my
Fathers
child.
like that is
Don't
what
you
is
ever
what
speak
is
to
what
my
we
child
need. Yeah. You
again.
see?
No, no,
You
they
see?
no, they don't call my, you can't call my dad to talk bad about his child, especially in something like things like this that doesn't make any sense.
Thank you so
So
much. Really, really appreciate your contribution, my darling. Wow, Quincy, you shared quite a bit tonight. I really, really enjoyed your conversation. Thank you so much. And I'm happy for your friend. I wish all of you the very best in the future. Thank you. Angela said that this channel has made me heal well, well. Thank you so much for sharing that, Angie. Wishing you continuous healing. God is merciful, God is kind, God is good. So, thank you for sharing. And very quickly, Ada, your connection is not good. Mm? Love Ife, you too. So I'm just going to take Selena and then I'm going to ask Connor. I know you want to share. I know that you particularly want to share, but your internet connection does not allow me to add you. So Selena, 3 minutes, and then we take on here and then we call it in night. Thank you, Sister
Hi,
Selena. Welcome.
Auntie B. How are you doing? Good
I'm fine,
evening. It's
darling.
evening here.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Well, do you know, funny enough, I also have a testimony similar to both
Oh, what
Uzo
a
and
night.
Quincy, in fact. And of
Amen. I
which,
love
if I look back,
testimonies.
I remember, and I remember Quincy saying that she was on a flight back from Abuja. I've had series of rejection in my life that when I look back, I always say, how did I survive? The
Hmm.
first one was, I remember that day I was coming back from Abuja and I was like still pretty young. I think I was 7 then or something. We're talking in communication. I boarded the plane from Abuja. As I landed in Lagos, I just switched on my phone and I saw a text message. And I think and he was saying, I'm so sorry, this cannot work. You're not the
By
cause.
text.
It's all
By
me.
text.
I
Brothers,
swear,
please stop breaking up
Auntie
with
B,
people by
they
text
can do
message.
better. Auntie B, it
Please
was so
don't do
hectic.
that. Be man
And of
enough to
which,
call somebody and talk to them face to face. Don't break up
hey,
with letter, with email, with text.
Auntie
It is
B,
not dignified. Hey, Joe,
Auntie
I'm
B.
begging you, don't do that.
Then because I kept asking, what did I do wrong? You understand? Like when you put all that you have into a relationship, that period I would cry, I would be in the bathroom. My friends would tell me, they'd be like, just take it easy and all. I kept asking, I kept saying, God, what did I do? I put in my all into this relationship and all. I felt bad, but I just thank God that because then growing up, I've always had a very good self-esteem and very good confidence. And so I just thank God for his strength and grace. That period, God took me through a journey, and then I found my self worth in Christ as a Christian. Because I remember then that I read a portion of the Bible that says, you are the apple of God's eyes. He sent a whole human being, he sent his son to die for me on the cross. So if a man says he doesn't want anymore, why should I? If God can sacrifice that much for me, if God can love me that much, then that means the love I need, I can find it in God and in myself. And that was how I birthed self love for myself.
Amen.
After a while, was not long ahead, he got married. After a while, he came back. He was telling me that he feels like there's a curse upon his life. I should pray for him. That day I even prayed. That day I
They will same curse
prayed.
upon their life. All the stories from Uzo to Quincy to
Ah,
you to Quincy's friend, all of them is always cursing their life, cursing their
Auntie
life.
B.
Hey.
That day, funny enough, I prayed for him. I did not curse you. I prayed for him. I pronounced blessings upon his life so that you would know that I've
It's
not done
not me,
anything
oh. I want
wrong
me, oh,
and
Simba,
all.
yeah, it's not
But
me, oh.
no, it's not me at all. But I remember at that period when I was crying and all, the Holy Spirit I would cry. And even when I'm taking in the shower, I'll cry and I'll just keep saying, I let go and I let God. I let go and I let God. That was what I kept saying then
Hmm.
and everything. So after the first one, it ended and all. Then the second one, all these Yoruba demons, as this person said.
Uzo said they are good for dating but not good for marriage. In marriage, you need to marry a kind person.
As she said, that one. Well, everything was going well, but when it was now time to meet his parents, we had even gone to meet his father. All of a sudden, his father said because I was Igbo, that was the second one. Said that
Mhm.
because I was Igbo and he's Yoruba, that
When they
is
are
the
dating
tribe
you
and
that
all.
time, they didn't know. It's when it comes to commitment that they will not remember that you are not from the same tribe.
The second rejection, then I now fell in love with words of affirmation. I would have them all over my room. You are beautiful. God
Hmm.
loves you. You are
Hmm.
strong. Anyone who does not see your worth, it's not your fault, it's that person's fault. I had them all over my room. Every morning
So you
I would
wrote the
wake
words of
up
affirmation all
and
across your
pasted
room,
them.
and you were
Yes,
and you were
yes,
basking on them
yes,
daily.
yes. I
That's
was
a good
doing
tip
it
for you
daily.
guys.
I
Words
was
of
doing it
affirmation.
daily. I was doing it daily. So when I wake up, I'm seeing them on my mirror. I'm seeing them everywhere on my wall. I put them on paper and I put it on the wall. I had to stick it to the wall and everything. And every day I'll read them. I'll be like, if anyone refuses to see your worth, it's not your fault. It's on that person. So that way, I decided that even if they had said no, that does not mean that I should feel rejected. God will
Mm-hmm.
definitely do it.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
God
as
that's
to be
actually saving you. He's saving the best for you.
when God sent me my husband,
Oh, Selena, my body is tweeting
I got married.
me.
I got married in my early 30s. So it was not. I didn't get married in my 20s like other people, but in my early 30s. And when God said He's patient, kind, to be. Thank God I did not miss Him. Those other ones,
Chai.
two of them, till now, they don't even have any child yet. Every day I pray to God that God will give them their own children. But I know that they're still waiting. It's been over 7 years now. They're still waiting. God has not. I'm saying really, when I look at my life, I thank God though. I thank God because then I did not understand why it was happening. But I just thank God at that period I was able to understand self-love. I understood that God paid the price for me. He loved me, and I was able to understand that I had to affirm myself daily. And so I just always say that women, marriage is not the end of the world. You see, life is enjoyable. If we even think about the food, point and kill, pepper soup, like life is just to be enjoyed. And I don't think anyone should say because of marriage, the person should now decide to just die or just, I don't know. I don't
Bye
know.
is bye,
I don't,
oh,
oh, sorry,
Selena.
sorry,
You're going to flag
sorry,
our
sorry.
video.
I'm so sorry. I don't know to just cry and say, I don't know. But one thing I was thinking now is that the woman, she traveled from London to Nigeria, where her friends telling her, come. I don't understand. Couldn't they just affirm her? Couldn't they support her? Do you understand? She just had a baby because there's no, I'm sure people were telling her, come, and women, we have to do better. As
She
women, we
was
have to do
suffering. No,
better.
she was
She
suffering
was,
from. She was
yeah,
already suffering. She just had a baby. She was suffering from postpartum depression, baby blues.
I don't
So that
think
compounded it. We are looking at it
I
from the
know,
point of view of
definitely,
mental
I
health.
know, definitely,
Hmm.
but there's no way she did not tell one or two of her friends that she was coming back. Couldn't they tell her, no, don't come back, stay there?
Is it not the
Do you
friends that told
understand?
her?
Hey,
Remember
that's
the
what
day
I'm
we did.
saying.
Remember, Selena. I don't know whether you were here the day we did a show where I was saying we did about 3 or 4 videos about that barrister Sonny about telling somebody when their husband is cheating. A lot of people, 99.9% of the women here said they should tell. I think it was just me
I
and
remember
Omoye
I
that
was,
way. It was
do
me
you know
and
that
Omoye that was saying that
that
mind
day,
your business, don't tell because you don't know how they are going to react. Don't tell. People were saying, Auntie B, how can you say don't tell? All of you that telling, you like to tell. You are the one that stayed there, that you are the police that are always telling people when their husband is cheating. If anything happens to that person, they cannot handle that. You know, you too, you have some fault in it too. You have to
mm,
watch Jembe, because you were the one that went to tell. It's somebody that from Nigeria that called her in the UK and told her, come to Nigeria, your husband is cheating. If she had stayed in the UK, she'll be alive.
Do I know? Should have just, because I remember when you did that video, I watched and I remember telling as a telling grandma, I said if it's me, I will not say anything. I had to tell my friends that if I catch him, it's not my business. I'm not going to say anything. It's not, because I remember I even have a friend. Then she was telling us that I expect you guys to talk. I kept saying I'm not going to say
We
anything. It's
said
not my
on that
business.
day, we said we're going to confront
It's
the
not my
man. If the man will go and meet
better
A,
still, but I'm not
come
going
on,
to say
yeah, you are
anything.
here now. Remember that conversation? We said if the man will go and
Like
meet A.
yesterday.
Why are you doing
Like
this? This is
yesterday.
the second time we're having this incident now. Oh my, yeah.
Absolutely. I will never open my mouth because I would rather confront the man face to face. We will drag each other, beat each other up. Then he'll be forced to explain to his wife what happened. And if they want to bone me, no problem. I will never, because that's a very dangerous move. Because
It's
as we can
dangerous.
see now, the emotional state of that woman, she was already a mess. And let me tell you for free, that woman already perceived that her husband was messing around.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
That
course.
woman
This is a
probably
long-term
even,
relationship, Seth.
exactly, she probably knew. So that Beboru friend that saying, oh, you come from UK and come and see your husband. I just caught him now. Isn't that what happened with that lady that got in the car and
In
ended
the
her
car,
life in the
yeah,
process?
yeah.
I mean, this telltale
Ah,
wisdom is profitable to direct.
to
You got to
direct.
be wise. Life is full of mysteries. You can't just open your mouth, bagada. You see something, you must talk. It's a very dangerous uh, uh, um, thing to stake your life on. You
And
can't do that.
oh my, yeah, you know the people that are telling sometimes it's not because they are not telling you because they like you. They are telling you because they want
No.
to mock you
They
and
want to
shame you.
mock you. Yeah. They want to laugh at you. They want to have the gist. So that when they are drinking champagne and eating granuts with their friend, the story will be sweet.
Did
That's
you
the
hear what
only reason.
happened?
Exactly.
Tayo. His side chick has moved into his house so because his wife is in London now. See,
Exactly.
see this woman, see her edges. Just look at her edges. I look at my hair and
Exactly.
I can't see any edges. And look at this woman's edges like this now. Ele oti wo lebayi.
So
Masho,
sad, so
God.
sad, so sad.
Hmm.
A
The
beautiful
other thing
woman.
is, the other thing is, as we're saying is, I know it's going to come to my time. I'm sorry for
No, go ahead,
interjecting
go
like that.
ahead. I brought
What
you
I,
in.
Right. What I wanted to say is also we have to remember that Nigeria is a very peculiar place where the emphasis is always on marriage. I have a different take on heartbreaks and all of that. Having been someone who has been served breakfast, I can say for free now, with the benefit of hindsight, looking back, it's always worked out for my good. It's always, those things have always pointed me in the direction that I needed to be on. I can tell you for free. Everything, when they say every disappointment is a blessing, it is really a blessing. You might not see it at that time because you're teary, you're crying, your heart is broken. Just like Uzo, I think it was Uzo that said she prayed. The
Yeah.
one of the heartbreaks I had, the one that really got to me, that almost like broke me completely. That was my take. That was how I went about it. I did a lot of fasting and prayer. That was how I was able to set myself free from that. And mind you, I was alone. I was in America. I didn't know anybody. I was alone. So I dealt with that heartbreak in a very hard way. I look at myself now, I'm like, where did that strength come from? Because I didn't, there are times I felt like I was about to just completely go bonkers because of the experience that I went through in that relationship, right? So, but now when I look back, that I can tell you for free, that relationship is part of what has made me who I am today. If
Amen.
you are a man and you're coming from a mile away, I can sniff you off. You know that talk anything. I don't already know what you. Realize I don't already read you like a book. Honestly. So the problem is the 20s, and I want parents to pay attention to this because I personally experienced it, and this is what I've shared with my sisters and cousins and everybody who cares to hear. The 20s and early 30s in a woman's life, especially in Africa, you have to be very careful because of the pressure already from the society. Even if you as a parent, you're not pressuring, your mother's friends will pressure you. Your dad's friends will pressure you.
your school, or if you're at work, they would pressure you. So
Mm-hmm.
that pressure is heavy on you. So instead of you to be exploring life and figuring out what you want to do, your purpose, which ties into what that video you shared, Sister B, very neatly into this. If as a child, right, as a girl exploring and trying to figure out her way in life, you are supposed to be experiencing life at that time.
Mm-hmm.
If marriage happens, it has to happen with someone that is your friend, that you can talk to, that you can grow with. But because of the way they view marriage back home, it's very toxic to the woman. They tell you marry, marry, marry. So by the time, like when I was in university, by the time we were done, almost all my friends were married. So you can imagine the pressure already, and then you start to feel like something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. And then on top of that, you have a family that's putting pressure on you. You have everybody else that's putting pressure on you. The 20s and the 30s are very crucial times for women. You
And these
got
are
to be
these are
careful.
yeah. Parents, I hope you are listening. Some of you who even live in the diaspora and you are still of that mindset that you always have to pressure your daughters as soon as they are finishing university. Where's your husband? Where's your husband? Please, please be mindful of what everybody has been saying tonight. Go
Yeah,
ahead, my dear.
okay, yeah, I want her to finish up so I don't take up all her time.
Oh,
Thank
I
you
think
for
Selena
letting.
is gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Selena. I hope
Selena
it
is
wasn't.
gone. She shared her
Oh,
testimony with us, how God delivered her
okay.
from two heartbreaks. We really
Yeah.
appreciate you, Selena. God bless you, my
Thank you so
darling.
much,
I'm so
Selena. Your
happy for
story
you.
was wonderful. Yeah,
Did you notice that
absolutely.
all the people that shared their experiences of, hard breakup, breaking up with them with text and the cheating and everything, they ended up with God-given men who God has just blessed them with that completely. And the Mongo Parks still come back to come and say, I want to ask for forgiveness. How do they even
Re-
find you people? That's why you should leave Facebook. It's from
you
Facebook they
know,
usually find you.
Yeah, even as we celebrate those testimonies, I have to say, wonderful testimonies, and I'm glad for each and every one. But not everybody's story is going to be like that.
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
so you
Mm-hmm.
have to the focus now should be what really drives me, what makes me what I am. Because some of those breakups that you've experienced, or whatever it is you want to name it, go back and think where you are right now. You'll be amazed that that particular breakfast that was served to you was redirecting you to where you ought to be. You were
Hmm.
not properly aligned before. So some of the experiences we have as young girls growing up, especially in your 20s and early 30s, sometimes if you're not properly aligned, those breakfast service of breakfast is necessary to put you in the place where you need to be in the first place. But because you detoured, you had no business being somewhere else, right? And that somewhere else that you were in would have taken you off the track completely. But in the mercy of the creator, he will find a way to realign you again. So
Amen.
even if it means you having to be served breakfast, because you have to remember it's about what work he has given you to come and do. It's about his work. It's not about your pleasure, really, to be honest. It's about what he wants you to do. So you might be in this relationship, you're all entangled in this, and you're thinking is the be all and everything to you. But in reality, it is not where you ought to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
God always wants you to grow. He also wants you to be doing more and more for yourself, not just for yourself, to bless other people, right? Whatever that is for you, whatever your purpose is. So I personally don't see heartbreaks or rejection or whatever. I don't call it that. I just call it is a sense of redirection, because I can
Hmm.
tell you for free, having lived that life, having had my own fair share of experiences, it was a huge redirection for me. I can tell
Hmm.
you for free. I
Hmm.
will not be half the person I am today. I will not have the confidence I have today. I will not have the audacity and the compassion and the empathy that I have today if it wasn't for those breakfasts that were served. So
Hmm.
even though it's a bad situation, you feel horrible, it's terrible and all of that, but if by his grace, you're surrounded with the right people. In my case, I didn't have that. So
Mm,
I had to literally hit my head against the wall forever, right? And just stumble my way through it. And the only
mm,
thing I knew to do was
mm.
pray and
Pray,
fast. And
pray.
it was someone I met by accident who told me that, and I just kept doing that, and that really helped me tremendously. Now,
Hmm,
that's me. I had friends in that time too that did not survive it. Some of
hmm,
them ended up with in messy situations with messy men, and their lives are forever turned upside down. I have a brilliant friend, one girl, brilliant girl. She met this good for nothing guy. The guy just messed her entire life up. When the time I met this girl 10 years later, I could not believe my eyes. She did
hmm,
not look like the same person anymore. My heart was heavy. So why am I
hmm.
saying this? This is the reason why I called in, because this is something I have been doing for a long time, talking to people about. Your breakup, if you look at it, it's a message for you. But the problem is, most of the time, because of the society we grew up in, you have to be married by a certain time. You have to do, but you forget that your creator made you for a certain purpose. And
Oh,
marriage may not be aligned with you for that period of time. The person that you need to be with may be in front and not immediately. So when they say, oh, by 30 you should be married, what if God is not going to answer that prayer until you're in your 40s? Do we
I
know
like
that?
I like what you said, Omoye. Instead of calling it a breakup, call it a redirection.
It's a redirection.
Hmm.
It is what
If
it
we
is.
look at it, because
Yeah.
the way our brain works, I mean, something is what you call it. A situation is the name that you call it. It is what you call it that it will manifest in your life. So if it's a breakup and you call it a redirection, then the pain will lessen, because you see it as, okay, even though all my senses are telling me this is the best person for me, but perhaps God is telling me, I'm redirecting you to something better, to somewhere better. So that will help people to deal. I mean, that's a very valid point that you shared now about dealing with, pain of, broken heart, and somebody just, doing
Yeah.
something that, yeah.
Absolutely, because when you look at it and you say, "Oh, the person break my heart, he break my heart, he break where the heart? Can you see the heart? Have you really
Oh,
literally taken a? Because if you without pain, you don't grow in life. Think about it.
mm,
Even a seed, when you plant a seed, right, or a tree, and as it's growing, some leaves will fall off, some branches will grow weak and fall off, but that tree remains. Guess what? There are roots under that tree that goes deep, that keeps that tree intact. That's what the creator wants to make you. So whatever it is that is taking the position of the very purpose he's created you for, he will uproot it. He will cut it off. And this takes me to a scripture in the Bible. I'm not a Bible scholar, but I remember a scripture where it says he prunes you, right? He will prune you. He will cut off branches. That is what he does. So sometimes every experience you have, I'm telling you for free now, every experience you have, whether it's someone served you breakfast or you served somebody breakfast, whatever it is that you were served or the person served you, it is for a redirection or for a purpose. Why
mm,
is this happening? That is the question you should be asking. Okay, creator, what do you want me to be doing? Because it looks like your hand is not in this. In my case, the handwriting was on the wall, right? But because I was already neck deep in it, it was a struggle for me to come out of it. And I was boldly, God was pursuing me, telling, this is not where I want you. On top of it, the guy validated it by saying, I'm not Igbo. His people cannot allow him to marry me. And then I met another Yoruba man. That one said, no, I'm not Yoruba. And that people from Edo State, they're always doing jazz, so they will not marry me. So, those things were actually very, very important and foundational to me, because it made me realize those people were not mine in the first place. I was just wasting my time. Well, I won't call it waste of time, because I learned a lot from these people in my life. So let's be careful when we look at these things. I understand we're talking about a sad story here with this women and all of that, but we also have to put this in position in the context of Nigeria. Some of these people don't have the opportunities that you and I have. Some people grow up in homes where they cannot even think freely for themselves. Some people, the pressure is so much they can't breathe. The only way out is for them to just say yes and marry somebody. Personally, if somebody's been married twice, it's a no-go. Even once, it's a no-go. I will dig out every history, investigation on top of that person, because I want to understand, because I know as an African woman, as a Nigerian woman especially, we don't play around with marriage. So if you're an African man and you've been married once, twice, there's a problem. Why did your marriages fail? What
Hmm.
exactly went wrong? I need to know. You might be the one that needs, because most times when Nigerian men marry and marry multiple wives or whatever,
Hmm.
right? They never get the help after the breakup. They just up and go and marry somebody else. They don't
Hmm.
treat themselves. They don't pay attention to themselves. Most of them cannot stand being alone by themselves. They cannot be alone. They are afraid of being alone. So they are looking for the next person to marry, to become a mother, to so the person that will be sweeping and cooking and doing all of this. Some men don't do the work. And
See,
that's
see,
why
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can you see the proposal? I'm showing the video of the
Exactly.
proposal of when
Yeah.
Adetutu, when the guy proposed to Adetutu. Can you see how public it was? I don't know,
Very
maybe this place
public.
is a restaurant or wherever it was, but there are loads of people there. And he made this corner, marry me. See how she was jumping, see how she's happy. She's so happy. But it was
Personally,
not
I don't
today.
like public show of affection. Personally, I am one of those superstitious people. I will never put my business out there on social media. I believe that there are eyes, because let's just be very frank here, and we're being very real. There are people who do not want you to be happy. There are people who despise the fact that you are happy. There are people that don't want anything good for you. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's just the way the world works. The enemy rules on in this space. So when you put yourself out there, put your business out there, there are people who, first of all, this girl is a very successful girl, doing very well. Everything seems to be matching on for her, right? And
Mhm.
then all of a sudden, you think how many people do you think will be happy? Even the people that were there as they were doing the surprise, how many of them really were genuinely happy for that woman?
Try.
Do you think
Gosh,
it is
true.
ordinary? In Nigeria, people they do all manner of things. They go put their hand for jazz, everything. Do you know whether it was ordinary that woman stopped for a third driver, say stop? The driver stop, he come down. Do you know if it was ordinary? You think say the girl na clear eye she take do am? Make we understand where we dey come from, so that we go know as we go take manage our life. Not be everything wey they do for the west, not being benefit us as a people. We need
Hmm.
to understand that, yes, take the good from the west, but
Mhm.
recognize that you cannot live your life publicly like that. It's not everybody it works for. Now,
Mhm.
there was a comment I read earlier, and the person was saying, let everybody learn their coping mechanisms. Learn what you're breaking, what works for you. There are people, they put their lives on social media and it works out for them. That's
Mhm.
them. That's not you. If you put your life, are you going to get the same result? That's the question you
Are
should
you
be
gonna get the same
asking.
support?
Are you
Yeah.
going to get the same stuff? Because not everybody,
Mhm.
all heads are not the same. All
Mm.
hands are not equal. So know yourself. And as a woman, as a young girl coming up, to the young ladies, if you're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, please explore, enjoy your life. Explore, figure out what it is you want to do. If you want to go back to school, if there's a particular career you want to build, whatever it is, you want to start making money early, whatever, focus on those things. See, it's in the process of doing your purpose that you will find the right person for you. It
You
will
see,
not be outside. It has to be in alignment with your work. If you're not focusing on your purpose, you're going to end up with cockroaches. They
you
will
see,
come and invade your. Sorry, go ahead.
yes, Amaye, you know that video because he brought up the issue of purpose. So let me just say that video I posted about purpose yesterday. A young lady said, "Oh, let me have money first and travel around the world, then I'll find my purpose."
That's upside down.
Then I said to her,
I read that comment.
why don't
Yeah.
you think about doing it the other way? Is in finding your purpose that you will have money, you will travel around the world. Because when you find purpose, those other things don't seem as important as the same. And then they will happen. Because something that doesn't seem as a big deal to you, when it happens effortlessly. You understand? And I really
Exactly.
like this comment by Fat Stolly. This is the premise of the whole show, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you haven't given this video a thumbs up, give this video a thumbs up, because there are so many nuggets and I will want as many people as possible to catch this. So please give us a thumbs up. Fat Stolly has just summarized why I chose to go this way instead of just talking about Mongo Parks. Yes, there will always be Mongo Parks.
Always.
Always Mongo Parks. They are there, they are thriving, they are alive. But what are we going to do about it? So she said we need to learn healthy detachment. Some people are oblivious to the harm that they cause you. They are.
Exactly.
This is I mean, you just summarized the way I looked at it, why we didn't go, the normal. What are we going to say to him? Do you know, and you know the funny thing, no matter what you think about it for the case of the married woman amongst them, nothing is going to happen. He's not going to go to jail. He's not going to get arrested. Even legally, you can't charge him with anything because he
What
didn't
can
do
you charge
anything.
him of? What
Now,
can
what
you
are you going to
charge
charge
him
him?
of? What are you going to charge him of? You don't have anything. There's nothing on him, and this guy is tied to the who is who. And we have to understand too. In Nigeria, let's see the reality on ground in Nigeria right now is that you have a lot of people that are in cults. Okay,
Hmm.
that are in
Hmm.
cults. So there are certain things that they have to do. Okay, sometimes some people marry multiple wives because they're in cults. That's what is
Um,
expected. Okay, so
my dear,
let's just, there are deep things.
just,
Everything is not face value.
if you don't save yourself, you don't learn how to protect yourself, and you keep thinking that all the time you can fight people, then it's up to you to go and fight. Oh, you
I'm
know.
telling you,
Hmm.
and one of your callers said something brilliant. I love that girl. I can't remember her name, but I think she's a new caller. She said, don't hold on to anything so tight that you choke the life out of it. Nothing in this life is worth holding on to so badly. Live your life. Let the creator align things for you. If it is difficult, if it is mechanical, if you're putting too much energy into it, it's not for you. It is not for you. Leave it alone. Let it go. If it's meant to be, it will come back. If it doesn't, let it stay. And not everybody's going to get married for goodness sake. A lot of people need saving in our societies today. Our society is the mess that it is in because a lot of us have not fulfilled our purpose. A lot of people have left this world without contributing their solution quota to the world's problem, to our community problem. So my people, as parents, please pay attention to your children that are in their 20s and in their 30s, early 30s. It is very crucial. At that time, it is very. I used to have thoughts of deleting myself. I've had those thoughts in my 20s. Okay,
Hmm.
so you have to be very careful. Be careful not to push your children over the edge because
Hmm.
you want something from them. I had to
Hmm.
cut my parents off for 2 years. I didn't talk to them. Okay, so please be very careful. Let your children, leave them alone. Let them grow to become what the creator ordained for them to be. If they go marry,
Hmm.
they go happen. If they not go marry, nothing when you feel do, or you will just end up sending them to early deletion pack. Is that what you want?
Hmm. Well done, Omo. Yeah, well done, well done.
I will
We've missed
yield
you.
here.
We've missed you.
I
We
have
missed
missed
you.
the
How are
life.
you?
Think I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I mean, I can't, it's Peter will be a wake up morning tonight. It's the same thing. But
We're
I
almost
caught this
there. We're
live.
almost
We're
there now.
almost there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
So
almost there. I
I'm
joined my
really,
faith with yours. I know it's a possibility.
yes,
We are
yes,
sure
it
of that
is. We
now.
are
Thank
sure.
you so much,
Yes.
my darling.
We thank the Lord.
We
I just want to
appreciate
say
you.
one more thing and then I'll leave.
Mm-hmm.
So just as a recap, wherever you find yourself, man or woman, if you experience anybody serving you breakfast or you are the one that served the breakfast, it is an opportunity to reverse. If you're in a car, picture a car, you're reversing so that you can get on the exit lane that you missed. It's a redirection. Never look at it as a negative. Everything in life, your experiences, good and the bad, they're all there for you to push you forward. Because if things don't happen to push you forward, as human beings, we're very lazy and lackadaisical. We'll remain in one spot. But these things need to happen to juggle you, to push you forward. So see it as a positive. It is never a negative. The best is always in front, not behind. I love you, Sister B. I'll yield. Thank
I
you very
love you.
much.
I love you so much, my darling. I appreciate you. Thanks for sharing and dropping these nuggets, these gems tonight. Selena, you came back. Oh my God, God bless you. Peter Obi will win.
Yes, I'm
For
back
you alone,
again.
for the work that you've done alone, Peter Obi must win. Peter Obi must win, though. You don't get choice. Nigerians, whether they like it or not, that election and Peter Obi go win them. Selena, you came back. I was just
Yes,
about
I
to
came
close.
back. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Auntie B. And I also want to say thank you to Omoye. Like there was a point she made where she said, just see it as a redirection. And I believe so much in that because for me, I had said that I learned self-love. And then one thing that helped me was that I decided to focus on building myself. I decided I went back for my degrees up until having a PhD. I worked on my career. I did different things with
Another
myself.
PhD holder again. Hi,
Then
all these
as in,
women.
I did
Chai.
different things with myself and ensured that I built myself so well that when God finally sent the man, I always tell people that I knew that I knew I was already a package that had worked on myself very well and I was ready
Hmm.
for when, because I understood my self-worth. I had built something for myself. I was independent. Like I could take care of myself. I knew that I didn't have to depend on anybody for anything. I could get whatever I wanted. I took myself on dates. I bought flowers for myself. Then before it came out, every Valentine's Day, I'll give myself gifts. When it came, I told him, I said, this is what I was, this is what I've been doing for myself and all. So I just always say, and most times in Nigeria, you will never hear people tell women, develop yourself. They're just always saying, marry, 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 marry.
We need to change
We
the
need to change
trajectory.
that. We
Yeah,
need to change
we
it. We
have to
need to
change
change
it.
it. Because there's just this confidence you have when you take care of yourself. I remember when I was watching you having your own house. How did you feel that you had
Ha,
your own house? You understand?
ha.
Like, as in, there's just this feeling. Do you understand? Knowing that, yes, I'm able to accomplish this. I have this. I have worked hard for this. There's just that fulfillment that comes with it. And so I just always say to people that make sure you work for something. Make sure that you can stand your two ground and say, as a woman, I'm independent and all. And then no matter as Omoye said, no matter the redirection, just know it's happening for a cause. Most times, some women will just decide to wallow in it. They will become a shadow of themselves. You understand? They will become disturbed. They will not be able to sleep well. They'll say, no man, no man, no man. That's why you see so many women. I'm not saying that it's wrong to go to church, because I go to church. I'm a church person. But you not see so many women, but that will be their whole life. Church, 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 church. They're not going to build anything for themselves and all. So I just always say, let there be something else that you like doing. Have friends, create memories, do something for yourself.
Travel,
Let
travel,
travel,
travel, experience life,
find
do
your
charity,
purpose,
go to
find your
another
purpose.
country, volunteer,
Exact
do things.
volunteer, do things, get that degree, do something for yourself and all that. Because I don't know, because now, God, if you look at these women, most of them were accomplished, but did they really know that
Is it?
my,
Yeah.
as in, my worth is not tied to a man? Did they really understand that?
Yeah, the
That's
society is
just it.
not helping,
It's
but
not
we
helping
are
at
changing
all.
the directive. We are
God will
changing the
help us.
narrative. Yeah, thank you
God will
so much,
help us.
Selena.
Okay,
Really
you're welcome.
appreciate your contribution, Dr. Selena.
Thank you. Yes, so
Wow,
yes, so yes, so yes, so
appreciate you. Is it
thank you.
easy?
It's
Na
not
moi moi.
easy.
They know
Oh,
they
it's
sell
not
them for
easy.
market. If
May
easy,
they go
everybody
buy
for
am
get
if
time.
easy. Abi.
Well
Thank you,
done, my
ma.
sister. I
Thank you, ma.
appreciate you.
Yes,
God
ma.
bless you. Wow, we've done 4 hours. Hey, I've not done a show that is this long in a long time, but again, we are covering, three different amazing women that sadly are no longer here with us. So there is a lot to talk about. There are different perspectives, there are different angles. And I hope that you've learned one or two things tonight from, all the contributors. Never mind what me I have to say, I don't have all the knowledge. I'm learning as well. I hope you've learned something. Next time, if you are going through this now, or next time something like this happens to you, especially for the young women in who are listening or who will watch this later, think about what these ladies, amazing contributors to that tonight, and even the gentlemen. We have a few gentlemen that called in. Adiwale called in, and Barry called in. Think about what everybody has said. Is a redirection. Don't look at it as breakup. It's a redirection. God is leading you to something more something better. If you believe that God loves you and He always wants the best for you, if you know that and you believe that, then you would look at things from a different perspective. Most importantly, those people who are suffering from mental health, please be aware. Seek help, speak out. Don't keep it private and quiet and say, I don't want them to talk about me. I don't want them to judge me. Please, you need to seek help. You need to get help. And lastly, I'm just going to say for everybody that is trying to break up with somebody, please, I'm not saying don't break up. I'm not saying you must marry somebody, but think about it properly. Is this the right time? How are you doing it? And most importantly, don't give people false hope. Don't go to somebody's house like Uzo's ex-land that went there and be eating Sunday rice every day. You are eating Sunday rice in their house. You are going to their house. You met the family. You met the mother. How dare you impose yourself and you are going to somebody's family's house when you have no intention of making them a permanent part of your life? You don't want to marry them. Then it is now you don't tell them you don't want to do. You've impregnated somebody else. Please stop it. All these things have consequences. It has impact on other people's lives. Please, I'm begging you, let us do right. What you cannot dish out, don't take it, because at the end of the day, karma is real. Karma is very, very real. We pray for these ladies. We pray that God rest their soul, and the families that they've left behind, their friends, that God will comfort them. And more, may God help us. Women, please value your life. There's so much more to life. God did not create you for marriage alone. Marriage is beautiful if you get it right. But there's so much more to your existence than just marriage. Please love yourself. Take care of yourself. Celebrate yourself. Enjoy your life. There is life after marriage. There's life whether there's marriage or not. There is life. It is not passport to enter heaven. It is not passport that you need to enter any country. It's just a relationship, and it will happen for some people and it may not happen for some people, no matter how much you desire it. Please, parents, don't pressurize your children. Let us be kind. Don't pressure people that are not married. The first thing you see when you see them is, when are you getting married? When are you bringing your husband? When are we bringing your ashobi? All those kind of comments. Please, you don't know what people are going through. Be kind. Be sensitive. I'm begging you. Thank you very much for being here tonight. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, I will see you in my next one. Give us a thumbs up. I'm back on Sunday nights. And I think we're going to be doing the show about boys on Sunday. We're going to be talking about raising boys. A lot of people are interested in that show. I'm going to reach out to Uncle Ade and see if he can make it. If you have raised boys successfully in the diaspora and you want to share some tips with us how to raise boys, please make it a date with me on Sunday night. Sunday afternoon in the US or in North America is at 7 p.m. GMT. Thank you to all my contributors tonight, everyone in the comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Sorry about, sometimes we just need to let off some steam. Yeah, I'm going to try my best, but it's not easy. I work today and I'm here. I've got work tomorrow. You people, some of you don't give consideration to, what it takes to host this show. So please, let's be kind. It's part of the kindness that we're talking about. Some of you ladies that come here, you want to come and trash. You want to come and trash Mongo Park. You want to come and trash men, but you are not even kind. Because if you come here and you start attacking me, you're not even kind to me, then what are we saying? I don't know it all. I make mistake. I'm human. But this stuff is not easy, guys. So please, let's be kind to one another. Eshe goni o, mo dupe. God bless you. May God help us in this life as we navigate it one day at a time. I appreciate you. God bless you. Give us a thumbs up, and I will see you on Sunday night. We're going to talk about raising boys, right? If you want to share your story, somebody was talking about sharing earlier on. Please feel free to reach out to me. My WhatsApp is on the comment section. Let me pin it again just before I go. Reach out to me and let's discuss. And then remember that if you are sharing, you're not only helping yourself, you're helping other people. It's all about helping people, making a difference. That's what we are here for. God bless you. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. I love you guys. God bless you. Uzo, and to everybody that was offended, I'm sorry. I apologize. Emma Binu. I'm sorry. It's tension. It's a lot. It's not easy at all. I'm not, you people forget that I'm not trained in broadcasting or journalism. I'm not a journalist though. Me, Shisha me oko. I was just winging it by the day. I wasn't trained to be a broadcaster or this or journalist or whatever. It's just God that is helping us. The Holy Spirit is the one that is helping us. It is well. So yeah, I love you guys. Thank you for your support and your understanding from time to time when these things happen. God bless you. Bye, guys. See you soon. Bye.